The story starts in the gateway to heaven, which is also known as the upper atmosphere. The 10th level angel of heaven, Haniel, who is a gatekeeper, suddenly notices a human, a mere mortal, stepping into the heaven. He tries to stop the human by wielding his sword, but the human is so omnipotent that even an angel like Haniel gets overpowered. The human stops and shouts at the chief, telling him to come out instead of being a weakling. The commotion was huge enough to attract the other angels' attention. Is it true that gatekeeper Haniel has been attacked? The 8th level angels of heaven, 4 archangels ask. They also try to stop the human from invading the heaven. Who are you? One of the archangels questions. The person replies that he is just a mere human. The angel says, while attacking that this place is for immortals, the heavenly world and the humans who come here can only be dead people. The human punches the archangel and sends him flying. One of the archangels takes out his heavenly bow and arrow and launches it at the human. The angel thinks that he got too excited against a human. As a result, he launched a very powerful attack, but in the next moment he gets totally shocked as he sees that the human is completely fine. The human kicks that angel and makes him fall to the ground. As he is looking at the ground, one of Archangel teleports and tries to attack him with a divine sickle. The human suddenly gets at the back of the angel unnoticeably in mere seconds and deals an attack with his elbow. The last remaining archangel starts to recite a spell in order to kill the human, but he suddenly gets confused as he searches for the human who vanished right in front of his eyes. In the next moment, the human appears above him and knocks the remaining one with an impactful punch. With this, 4 of the archangels were defeated, and he lands on the ground. The human, although being alone in the enemy territory, speaks loud and clear that he wants the chief to come out. Hearing his voice, the heavenly army of the 7th level angels approaches him. The leader of the army, who is a humongous angel with high physical strength, shouts while trying to step on the human. The angel notices that the human has vanished, but after some moments he sees that someone is grabbing his leg and pulling him backwards. The human, with his physical strength alone, spins the angel and pins him down at the army. The army was completely wiped out. After this, another angel comes into view. 5th level angel of heaven, Lord of the sky. Azrael praises the human for having such formidable strength. Azrael speaks that the human has to defeat him in order to advance forward. Ha! As a human, you can only come this far, can't you come closer? Azrael questions. The human reveals his true form. His eyes glow like an angel and he has the teeth of a devil. Upon seeing this, Azrael gets terrified and notices that the human has vanished. He turns around and witnesses the complete true form of the human. He has the same feathers like an angel, but in the contrary, its color is black. By the time, Azrael realizes that he is not just fighting against a mere human, but something more than that. The human in his true form just flicks his finger at the angel's forehead to send him flying. Right, the legend was true. You are the hybrid? Aren't you? Azrael asks. Azrael tells the human that the word hybrid is a well-deserved title for this kind formidable power. As the hybrid is leaving, Azrael asks him, why is he using this enormous power against heaven? The hybrid, who is also our MC, replies that this is just the beginning, as he will not stop until he destroys the heavenly world. Additionally, he says while giving a deathly glare that he will not spare a single thing. Why? What made you go to this extent of evil? Azrael questions while coughing. After hearing this, our MC gets a little emotional. He says that the reason why he is doing this is only because the angels took away everything from him. So, he will surely make them pay for their deeds. After hearing this, our MC gets a little emotional. He says that the reason why he is doing this is only because the angels took away everything from him. So, he will surely make them pay for their deeds. Stir-fried pork with rice, he shouts as he wakes up from his dreams. Stir-fried pork with rice? What kind of sleep talk is this? What on earth was I dreaming about? He questions himself upon waking up. He doesn't even remember. He feels like he is having a lot of strange dreams these days. And it felt like he was fighting with angels. He decides to stop gaming for that reason. As he is touching his spectacles, his finger suddenly sparks, and his whole body tingles as if electricity is flowing inside him. Jay-ick, are you awake? His mother calls him upon entering his room. Is there something wrong with your body? His mother asks. She tells Jay-ick to let her know if he suddenly feels secondary sexual characteristics in his body, or if he wakes up and feels something different under the blanket. These weird interrogations startled the boy as he wakes up from his bed. His mom tells him to wash up and eat as she has to go to work. His dad is doing the house chores. He gently holds his dad's shoulders from behind. His dad gets scared as he assumes that his wife is telling him something. "Ah, I was wrong! Ah, I won't do that again!" He shouts in fear of his wife. In the next moment, he feels relieved to see that it's Jay-ick. Jay-ick, would you like toast for breakfast this morning? His father asks. Jay-ick gets ready and decides not to have the breakfast as it's getting late for school. Jay-ick's mom reminds him that today is his birthday, so he must come home on time because there will be a party in the evening. After he leaves, the mood between the husband and wife changes as if they were hiding something. Jay-ick thinks that his parents are acting weird today. His mom and dad, who have never said anything displeasing. He is now in his 3rd year of high school, so he thinks that they are probably trying to pressurize him to study. He says that he came to his senses now. Starting today, he really needed to quit playing games and study hard. He decides that for math, he has to break down permutations and combinations, then listen to English during every day, and repeat it 1.25 times indefinitely. He looks at his watch and remembers that it's already time for school, so he plans to take a shortcut and runs for it. As he is running, his body feels lighter than before. He was running too fast and unintentionally bumps into some gangster students. Due to the impact, the boy flies for a brief moment and hits the ground. After that, he notices that he is bleeding. His companions calls Jay-ick and keeps his arms around Jay-ick's shoulders, telling him to apologize. Blood? How could a person like me hurt someone with just a bump? Jay-ick asks, while being confused. The injured person's friend tells Jay-ick to pay for the injuries, and at the same time he also gets shocked to see that Jay-ick's shoulders didn't get dislocated even after bumping into such a huge person. Huh? Do I have to pay the medical expenses? Jay-ick questions. At that moment, a streak of light pierces the sky. 8th level angel of heaven. Guardian. Angel Haniel transcends from the sky. She is here in the human world in order to look for a certain someone. The gangster kid asks for $1,000,001 and tries to pressurize Jay-ick by cornering him. The other kid tries to stop his companion out of pity. Are you going to run away after hurting someone? Should I serve you a lawsuit? The kid questions while kicking Jay-ick, but after kicking his legs, starts to hurt. He feels as if he has kicked a rock. Jay-ick then bumps into the angel. Haniel says that she has found the person she was looking for. The school kids thinks that the girl is an angel cosplayer. Haniel introduces herself as a guardian angel and says that she can't forgive those kids for hitting Jay-ick. Guardian angel? Did you get the cosplay from the insurance company? Could you please move out of the way? We need to finish our remaining agreement. How about putting it nicely? Let's see the agreement, shall we? The kid asks angrily. Haniel glares at the kid. She says that she would punish these bad kids accordingly. She jumps upwards, rotating her body, and uses an attack named Kick of Salvation along with the rebirth punch. The kid bleeds badly. She then punches the other kid because of doing a crime of shouting in a residential area. Haniel asks Jay-ick whether he is okay. Do you know me? Jay-ick questions. She says that Jay-ick is the ultimate Abraxas that appears once in a million years. Jay-ick tells Haniel that she has misunderstood him as he was asking about his name. Haniel replies that she also knows that he is Lee Jay-ick, a high school student of 3rd grade. How do you know that? Jay-ick questions. She replies that she can tell all that from Jay-ick's school uniform. Haniel scans Jay-ick's body and sees that his skills are pretty average, not yet human-level tier. She can't see it yet, and the power level is about 8%. Jay-ick asks whether they have met in a game named Canyon and asks for Haniel's ID. Haniel, in the contrary, doesn't understand what Canyon is. She says that she doesn't know anything about it, but she says that she is an angel who has come to this world to give support to Jay-ick. He says that he is sorry, but he has stopped playing starting today. He decided that he should have a hobby other than playing games. Jay-ick says that if Haniel cosplays in the morning and goes outside, it feels like she has caught the middle school second-year syndrome. The power struggle between the heavenly realm and the underworld took place in the Valley of Valhalla. Do you remember the duel that took place there? Do you really know that much? Haniel asks eagerly. Jay-ick doesn't understood any of it and decides to leave by saying thanks to the angel. The angel then transforms herself as a high school student and gets transferred to Jay-ick's school and classroom. She introduces herself as Park Hae-na in front of the students and points at a seat. In the meantime, the teacher announces that the class will start soon, so everybody should sit down and get ready. The students feel that the atmosphere of the classroom has changed as soon as Hae-na entered. She goes near Jay-ick and tells him that she found him again. She says hello, and Jay-ick replies by saying hi without noticing whom he is talking to, but after some time he realizes that she is the same girl that he met this morning. What are you asking for something in return for helping me earlier? Why do you keep chasing me? Jay-ick questions. Haniel explains that it's true that she is chasing Jay-ick because she came looking for him, because he is the ultimate Abraxas that appears once in a million years, and among them, Jay-ick is destined to become the most powerful being, a hybrid. After hearing this, Jay-ick gets shocked and wonders what she meant by hybrid. Haniel shows a card of Jay-ick, the ultimate product with the powers of both an angel and a demon, a term used to refer to a hybrid who surpasses even the power of a god and is considered to be among the highest tier of the Abraxas class. She says it's really difficult to get this card. It's legendary, but she can't believe that she is seeing one in real life. Could this be some game addiction? Jay-ick asks. Haniel replies that it would be difficult for Jay-ick to understand all of this because he has not awakened yet. But she says that his body, his awakening, and she has a way to prove it. What abilities do you have? Me? Abilities? What is she going on about? Jay-ick wonders. Haniel includes that no matter what Jay-ick will do, he will have amazing abilities. This statement corrupted Jay-ick's mind, so he tries to find something unique in him. In the drawing class, he feels like his hands are going crazy. But in the end, he drew a cartoon instead of a person. In the playing ground, he kicks the football and makes an awesome goal, but the ball he kicked thought that the goalpost might be the basketball hoop. Is this even possible? He wonders. Hey you, Lee Jay-ick. Who dares play basketball with a soccer ball? His coach asks angrily. He says, sorry to the coach. After eating lunch, all the students fall asleep, but in the contrary, Jay-ick, while studying diligently, thinks that he is different, and his concentration is different from usual. Jay-ick. What are you working hard on? His teacher asks while taking his copy. The teacher sees that Jay-ick has written the words angel student and focus a lot of times. What are you doing studying English during Korean history class? The teacher questions. Jay-ick feels something has changed within him from before, but he also thinks that all his abilities are lacking something. Haniel explains that it is because his powers are not fully awakened yet. However, she says that if his fundamentals are solid, then there might be a way, but she loses hope once seeing Jay-ick scoring a perfect 0. Even if Jay-ick is a hybrid, she guesses that he has to gain his knowledge on his own. But once the power of the hybrid is properly awakened, she assures him that he can overcome all hurdles. She says that he can become an Abraxas in an instant. In the stairs, Jay-ick asks Haniel about Abraxas and what they actually are. She explains that Abraxas is a being that transcends the gods of the human world, and especially because Jay-ick is a hybrid, he could even surpass an Abraxas, and he definitely would in the near future, and that's the reason why she has come here to protect and help Jay-ick awaken his power. At that moment, a student throws something at Jay-ick, but he dodges it with his great reflexes. "Who is this Zopop?" Haniel asks. Zopop is a substandard life form with no abilities whatsoever, emitting only methane and carbon dioxide. A being that has no effect on the universe. After hearing this, the person named Yoontae gets really pissed off. Haniel then tells Jay-ick to give Yoontae some hits to back her up. Jay-ick says that Yoontae is the best in his class when it comes to fighting. Haniel replies that it really doesn't matter. The question is how well he can control his strength and whether Yoontae dies in one hit or two. For now, she tells him to think that he is catching a fly by extending his fist. What's the best way to educate children who do not value their classmates? Haniel questions, and she also gives the answer that all he has to do is beat the children who needs to be educated up to the point that they don't die so they can come to their senses. In the meantime, Yoontae is getting extremely mad and losing his cool. Lastly, Haniel tells Jay-ick to believe in himself and to take a shot. The fight begins. Yoontae tries to slap his opponent, but Jay-ick dodges swiftly. Jay-ick then moves his hand towards Yoontae to stop him. Yoontae flies away due to the brute force Jay-ick exerted with his hands. A friend of Yoontae comes to his rescue, seeing him bleeding. "Yoontae, what happened to you? Who did this to you?" his friend asks. Yoontae shouts, telling his friend to let go of him, and asks, "What is he doing here?" His friend's face grew pale as he says that Yoontae has come to their class through the wall, and his companion wonders how can this be possible. At the same time, Jay-ick is looking for Yoontae as he doesn't know where he went through the wall. Haniel goes to that classroom and uses a healing magic at Yoontae. After getting healed and seeing Jay-ick, Yoontae charges at him. Jay-ick again uses his power unknowingly, and Yoontae hits the wall of the blackboard. Haniel again uses healing magic to cure Yoontae. This time also, after getting healed, he jumps straight at Jay-ick to attack him. Jay-ick's eyes changes color and becomes red, and this time he goes to punch his opponent. Haniel jumps in to save Yoontae and uses Cure to keep Yoontae conscious. Yoontae feels like he was on the brink of going Super Saiyan. Haniel then goes to check Jay-ick. Jay-ick feels that his whole body is tingling. She sees that Jay-ick has already attained red eyes, and it only happens when the evil side within a hybrid manifests first. Haniel firstly uses hypnosis on the students, which forces them to think about good and beautiful ideas. Both of them feel like that they need to keep this world clean and go to work on it. Secondly, she uses restoration to fix the crack in the wall. Jay-ick regains consciousness and asks what just happened. Why was the wall damaged? Haniel replies that it's all because of his strength, which awakened quicker than expected. She tells Jay-ick to listen carefully. She says that soon the forces of evil will come for him because he has already awakened the vibrations of evil, and they must have already felt the hybrid's awakening. At that time, a devil comes out from a magic gate. He says that he never expected to see a wave of evil this quickly. Who made the sound of the evil wave? He wonders. After some time, the previously two brothers who were beaten by Haniel comes to the school with their big brother. Upon reaching near the school gate, their big brother notices a strange person. "Who's that guy?" he questions. The demon says that he thinks that he has come to the right place. Seeing the demon, some boys starts to make fun of him. The demon then approaches them and asks them that if it is the Purgatory High School. The boys ignores his question and asked him, "Who is he?" The demon gives a dead look and tells them that he is Demon Scalpel, and he is in the level 6 of Hell Demon Army. Hearing this, the boys burst out in laughter, and the short guys tells Scalpel that he is also a demon. The short guys also says that he is the authority for private lending in this area, and he is the one called Little Demon Wu Shijimi. The subordinates of the short guy also says that he is strong, and he has also learned judo. Scalpel leans towards the shorty and asks him if he is a Zopop. The boys get a bit scared and ask Scalpel that what is that. Scalpel takes a closer look and says that he is an imp who is lurking around the world. For your information, imp is the lowest level of demon and is famous for being ugly and short. They extort money and are very greedy. Hearing this, the short guy shouts that he is not a imp. He is the little demon. As Scalpel is not agreeing with him, the short guy gets angry and says that he have to use his secret method. The subordinates of the guy get scared, thinking that he will change into that form. The short guy raises his hands and tells Scalpel that he will be so scared to see this that his whole body will be soaked in sweat from fear. Scalpel smiles and asked him that if he is going to show him something fun. But the most shocking part is that after saying all this bossy dialogues, the short guy acts like a lady and tries to act cute. What a disgusting sight. The shorty's subordinates also get shy to see this. This is Shorty's ultimate trick, as he thinks that if he does this, no one will be able to hit his cute face. Seeing this, Scaled stand still. The other two guys starts to cry and close their eyes. Shorty gets more closer to Scalpel and acts like a young lady. He then makes a disgusting face and asked Scalpel that if he wants to punch this cute face. On the other hand, the orange-haired guy gets mad and tries to beat the shit out of him. Scalpel makes an annoyed face and looks at the guy. On the other side, we can see Jay-ick is running away from Haniel, but as Jay-ick's human speed is no match to an angel's speed, so he was caught by Haniel. Haniel grabs him and asked him that why is he avoiding her, Jay-ick, then tells her that until yesterday, he was just an ordinary high school student whose favorite food was pork rice bowl. But a strange game addict appears suddenly and everything becomes weird. His peaceful daily life has been completely destroyed. Hearing this, Haniel replies that she is his guardian angel. Jay-ick gets scared and says that he knows that and that why it is so weird. An angel in an ordinary school. How does that even make sense? Also, what is a hybrid and what is an awakening? Ick also says that he finds it unfamiliar and scary. Haniel stands still after hearing this. She tries to help out Jay-ick, so he tells him that she is his friend, so she will share his hardship with him. Jay-ick gets annoyed and starts to walk away. At that time, Haniel grabs his shoulder and tells him that as today is his birthday, so if she can come and wish him, Jay-ick gets a bit confused, so he asked Haniel that, how did she know that? I'm your guardian angel, not just in name or appearance. Wouldn't it be weird if I didn't know even this much? How about it? Are you fine now? Haniel replied. She also says that if an angel comes and blesses him on his birthday, he will achieve everything he wants. After hearing this, Jay-ick agrees that she can come with him, but he puts one condition. The condition is that if his parents find out that she is an angel, they might be shocked, so she has to keep it a secret. And also, this is his first time inviting a non-human to his house, so she must never reveal that she is an angel. Haniel jumps in joy and agrees to the condition and tells Jay-ick to trust her. After that, she grabs both of Jay-ick's shoulders and actives her wings and takes Jay-ick and flies high in the sky. Jay-ick gets scared and asked Haniel that what is she doing as he has told her to not reveal her identity. Haniel ignores Jay-ick and flies quickly towards Jay-ick's home. On the other side, we can see Scalpel is dealing with the short guy. He tells the guy that it is fun, and he gets closer to the guy's ears and uses devil's whispers and tells that guy that he is cute. Hearing this, the shorty feels a strange sensation. It is like a hot dagger stabs his chest and hurts him. Shorty then feels on the ground on his knees. Seeing this, his subordinates rushes forward. Scalpel points his fingers to them and also shots them with his magic. The guy feels extreme pain and falls on the ground. At that time, Haniel flies over there. Scalpel looks at the sky and he gets that this is an angel's trail. He then also actives his wings and flies and flow the trail. In the meantime, Haniel and Jay-ick has safely reached Jay-ick's home. After landing, Jay-ick yells at her saying that what will she do if people sees this? Haniel apologized to him and says that she was excited, as it's been a while she has been invited to a birthday. Jay-ick then opens the door and warns Haniel to stay properly in his home. Seeing Jay-ick home, his dad greets him and asked him that why he is so shaky. Jay-ick ignores that and introduces his new friend to his dad. Haniel greets Jay-ick's dad, but after seeing her, Jay-ick's dad starts to sweat. Later, while the both of them are walking inside at that time, Jay-ick's dad asked Haniel that, what is she doing while she is on work? Haniel tells him to stay quiet and don't show it. After that, Jay-ick's dad calls him and shows him the birthday cake that he made himself. Jay-ick gets surprised and asked his dad that, why did he make it as they usually order from outside? His dad replies that this birthday of his is a bit special, so he make one for him. At that time, the doorbell rings. As Jay-ick opens the door, he sees that Scalpel is standing with a present in his hand. Scalpel says hello to everyone and tells them that HR has come to congratulate his new friend on his birthday. Seeing Scalpel. Haniel and Jay-ick's dad gets that he is a demon, so they stays on guard. Jay-ick tells Scalpel that he didn't know him, so who did they become friends? Scalpel pulls Jay-ick towards him and says that from tomorrow he studying with him in the same school, so they are friends. Jay-ick's dad gets out of there by saying that he needs to check the oven. Jay-ick also goes to his room to change his clothes. At that time, Haniel launched her attack on Scalpel. Due to the impact, Scalpel flies away and gets out of the home. Haniel follows him and again attacks, but Scalpel is also a powerful demon, so he easily deals with Haniel's attacks. At that time, Jay-ick gets out of this room, and as he looks out, he sees that the two of them are fighting. He gets closer to the railing and shouts at them to stop this fighting and quickly get back. Hearing Jay-ick, they gets back, and Haniel uses her powers to restore the damaged things. After that, Scalpel opens the present box, and from there, he takes out a blue crystal. He tells Jay-ick that with the help of this crystal, they can see his future. Jay-ick and Haniel looks at the blue crystal. After that, Scalpel casts the magic, and the crystal ball starts to emit bright light. Now it's the time to see if Jay-ick will become a terrifying demon or will he become an angel who is more merciful than the angels themselves. As the blue crystal shines brightly, we can see the future of Jay-ick, but it is so faster that Jay-ick and the other two entities are unable to see a single thing. The demon Scalpel then adjusts the speed to 0.5. Even though the speed is set to 0.5, the image is so blurry that nobody is able to understand anything. Scalpel then puts some of his magic in the crystal, and a clear image of a boy with pitch-black body and wings in a red background appears. Seeing this, Scalpel says that it is the image of an evil, and so in the future, Jay-ick will be a demon. Don't talk nonsense! You dastardly demons! Are you going to use tricks to take him away? The angel Haniel says this and gives a powerful slap on the face of Scalpel. Due to the impact of the slap, Scalpel's jaw gets disoriented and he starts to bleed from nose and mouth. Scalpel gets up and he fixes his jaw and tells Haniel that the angels are wicked, that they trying to claim those who have not yet fully awakened. Haniel makes an angry face and tells Scalpel that Jay-ick must stand on Angel's side, as they can't allow demons like him to wield such great power. Seeing Haniel getting fired up, Scalpel also gets angry and tells Haniel, and if she tries to attack one more time, he won't hold back. Seeing the two of them fighting, Jay-ick shouts and tells them to stop. He then goes towards them and tells them to stay low, or else his dad will notice. The fun fact is that Jay-ick's dad knows all of this and is scared by seeing this scene. At that time, the doorbell rings and Jay-ick knows that it is his mom. He tells Scalpel and Haniel to quickly clean up the mess before his mom enters. Jay-ick's mom opens the door with the keys and enters the room. Seeing her, Jay-ick goes to her and greets her. But Jay-ick's mom notices Scalpel and gets shocked. She uses telepathy and tells Scalpel to act like he doesn't know her. Jay-ick then tells his mom that this new guys are his friends. Jay-ick's mom maintains her composure and nicely greets her son's new friends. At that time, Jay-ick's dad comes with the birthday cake and tells Jay-ick that they should now start the birthday party. After that, all of them sits on the table with the cake. Everyone is silent, so the situation gets intense. In the meantime, Jay-ick's dad remembers that he needs a lighter to light up the candles, so he gets up to get them. But at that time, Scalpel summons the hellfire and lights up all the candles. Jay-ick gets scared to see this. Haniel also doesn't want to fall behind Scalpel, so she plays a birthday music for Jay-ick. Haniel's voice is like the Angel's, so to cover it up, Jay-ick tells his mom that Haniel used some AI speaker to play the song. While the kids are enjoying the Angel's music, Jay-ick's dad whispers to his mom that today is Jay-ick's 19th birthday, and this to persons are Demon and Angel who has come here to take Jay-ick on their sides. Jay-ick's mom tells Jay-ick's dad to shut up, as she already knows this. But the reason the both of them are so nervous because they are scared that their true identity will be revealed to Jay-ick. Then thanks this mom and dad for wishing him happy birthday. He also says that he can't believe that how fast time flies as he has already turned 19. After telling everyone his thanks, he tells them that now he is going to make a wish. Hearing this, the demon and the angel smiles, because they both think that Jay-ick will either wish to be a demon or an angel. The reason that both the demon realm and the angel realm wants to take over Jay-ick is because they are scared about Jay-ick's powers, because the future Jay-ick will be the apex hybrid. After a while, Jay-ick has finished his wish, and now he wants to blow the candles. At that time, Angel Haniel gets scared and tells the other three that there was a person mentioned in the old legend. The person name is Moot King, the Abraxas he was from Atlantis. Although he failed to become an apex hybrid, he gained tremendous abilities through awakening, and the first thing he did as soon as he awakened was because his shoes got wet and uncomfortable as he walked by. With just a breath, he caused the Mu continent to sink and disappear from the face of the earth. The four of them thought that Jay-ick blow with have the same effect, so they were so scared. But fortunately, nothing like that happened, and the candles were blown out, peaceful. After that, Jay-ick takes a knife and starts to cut that cake at that time. Scalpel tells them the story of another hybrid, that person name, was the OP Abraxas, and he was from planet Mars, although he also failed to become an apex hybrid. But as soon as he awakened on his birthday, he used the dagger in his hand and made a huge scratch on Mars. As a result, all life forms on Mars became extinct and were forgotten. But again, nothing like that happened, and Jay-ick peacefully served the cakes. After that, the four of them get up from the table and comes on a corner. They were all tensed about Jay-ick's awakening, as it has not happened yet. They were all so tensed as the first awakening is supposed to held on the 19th birthday. Haniel tells them that Jay-ick has experienced his initial awakening powers at school. After not finding any clue, they decide to ask Jay-ick about the wish. While Jay-ick is enjoying his cake, his mom and dad comes to him and asked him about his wish. Jay-ick then gets into a serious mode, and by fixing his glasses, he starts to tell them about his wish. Scalpel starts to measure the power rise in Jay-ick, and he finds that the power has risen about 15%. While Jay-ick is talking, everyone is sensing a powerful viv from him. After a while, the power gauge jumps to 20%, and by seeing this, Scalpel gets happy. Aura starts to cover Jay-ick when he tells that the weak and foolish Jay-ick from yesterday will be no more. After a while, Jay-ick gives a dramatic shout and says that from today onwards, he will study hard to get into the Soul University, and after that, he is going to get a job at Naver. Hearing this, the four of them gets depressed. After an earthquake, Jay-ick's dad and the angel jumps in joy and says that it's a perfect awakening. Scalpel gets angry, and he smacks the face of Jay-ick on the cake. Haniel comes and rises up Jay-ick and asked Scalpel that if he is trying to hurt Jay-ick. Scalpel laughs and tells them that, as it's his friend's awakened birthday, so he should congratulate him. After that, Jay-ick goes to the washroom to clean him up. Scalpel then sits and thinks that the awakening process is so slow that Jay-ick has only unlocked 20% of his awakening powers. And with this, powers Jay-ick won't be able to dodge a single attack of Scalpel. Scalpel then starts to think that what he should do to full awaken Jay-ick's powers. After a while of thinking, Scalpel tells others that there should be a symbols that appears on Jay-ick's body, and also Jay-ick hasn't manifested the demonic symbol, the black wings, yet. Hearing this, Haniel tells Scalpel that what he is talking about, as Jay-ick will manifest the white wings. After that, the two of them starts to argue of this topic. Normally, an Apex hybrid has both the wings, and initially it's up to Jay-ick that what wings he wants. After that, Haniel and Scalpel argues that Jay-ick will choose their wings, but after huge arguments, they decided that they will encourage Jay-ick's awakening. Hearing this, Jay-ick's mom and dad tells them that they were told that they only need to take care of that kid until he turns 19. So they thought they could return today. Scalpel and Haniel reply that they will have to do overtime. After that, we can see Jay-ick is in the washroom and he is cleaning his face and shirt. But there is a strange thing he has been feeling from the moment he enters his home. The thing is that from the moment Jay-ick enters the home, he has a feeling that something is sprouting on his back. The next day in the streets, Jay-ick finds a bag full of money. He counts how much money is in the bag and searches for the person who put their bag here and forgot. He then sees a girl who is looking for something desperately. "Where did I put the money?" She cries while searching. She says that she lost it like a careless person. The money even includes the tuition fee she has been saving up for a long time. Jay-ick thinks that he can't help but sympathize when he sees someone in difficulty. He hands over the money bag to the girl. The girl says thanks to him and calls him an angel. Am I really an angel? He wonders. Hey, man! Why is it short 50,001? The girl shouts. Nevertheless, Jay-ick has already received his reward for saving a girl's life, and currently he is running along with it. At the school gate, he sees two girls who are late for school. Jay-ick is also late for school, so the gate is closed. He goes near the students and gives them an advice. He tells them to explain their reasons of being late to the teacher. He says that if they explain it perfectly, the teacher will understand. Both of them then try to convince the teacher near the gate by saying that they were late because there was an accident on their way here, but it won't happen in the future. Jay-ick leaves the girls there and jumps over the wall to reach the other side of the school, and as the teacher is already talking to the girls, he didn't even notice that Jay-ick jumped the wall in order to enter the school. Jay-ick thinks that he will do whatever it takes to avoid any losses for himself. "What are you doing here?" the teacher shouts while noticing. He then makes up a lie to avoid the teacher's attention. He tells the teacher that the students named Youngtae and Yoonjun-ho are currently eating tteokbokki in the front right now. The teacher tells the students that whoever comes late will receive a deduction in attitude score. Now that he has done something terrible, He smirks and wonders whether he is a demon now. In the classroom, the teacher announces that there is a new transfer student who will attending class today. He tells all the students to be considerate of the new student because he has come from a foreign country and doesn't know much about Korean culture yet. Scalpel enters the classroom. He greets the human kids and introduces himself as someone who emerged from the fiery pit of hell hotter than lava and is the demon's messenger. In addition, he says that, as a commemoration of coming to this school, he has prepared a gift for all of them, something that they will never be able to taste in the human world. He says that he will be giving them a taste of the hot fire from hell. "Who wants a hellfire hot sauce hell burger?" he shouts. The burger is so spicy that everybody eating it was now full of tears. He points at a bench where he wants to sit. He says that is happy to. Scalpel teases Haniel. "Isn't it common courtesy to at least localize the names?" "You keep using the name Scalpel," Haniel asks. Scalpel replies that fulfilling desires is the demon's basic nature and tells her to look carefully, as no one has any complaints because it satisfies their desires. Jay-ick thinks that in just a few days a lot of things has changed. There is an angel sitting right next to him and a demon right behind him. The reason both the angel and the devil came to find Jay-ick is according to them. It was to awaken Jay-ick's abilities. Do I have no other choice but to accept this fate? He thinks deeply. He says, for example, when he goes to school, if a girl just casually says that she wants someone to destroy the school building because she doesn't want to go to the lecture, Jay-ick could easily destroy it if he masters his powers. He gives another example. He says that when he gets a job someday, and in the interview if he is told to share his specialties, then he could say that he could turn this recruitment room into a sea of fire. But in the end, what is the use of all of this? In the next scene, Scalpel tells Haniel that he has something to talk with her, so Haniel follows him. "Where are we going?" she questions. Scalpel says that he can't blow off Haniel's cover in front of the students. Haniel gets confused as she doesn't know what he meant by it. In the conclusion, Scalpel tells Haniel to give up on the hybrid. Haniel says that she expected this kind of talking, but she says that she can't give up on Jay-ick because he is the last hope that heaven has been waiting for. All right. I get it. I knew you wouldn't give up easily. As expected. You angels are so innocent, you followed without any suspicion when the demon called and ended up falling into my trap, didn't you? Scalpel asks while laughing. Scalpel binds Haniel with magic. He says that it's fortunate that the barrier he set up in the morning was successful. "Hey, what are you doing? Release me right away!" she shouts at him. Scalpel says that she has to stay like that for a while, and in the meantime, he will help Jay-ick to make his decision faster. He then goes to Yuntae, or, in another word, the Zopop. He teases Yuntae by calling him Zopop. Yuntae gets angry and tries to attack Scalpel, but he gets blocked by a barrier. Scalpel tells Yuntae that everyone now calls him a Zopop, even though everybody is saying another words like sushi, spireity, and garden. For Yuntae, he is just hearing the word Zopop. He shouts at all of them to stop. Scalpel laughs as he says that even the girls are calling Yuntae Zopop. He gets angry and frustrated, tears comes out from his eyes, he loses all the confidence, and says that he doesn't think he can win even if he attacks Jay-ick again, as Jay-ick is a monster. Scalpel, while giving a devil's laughs, moves his hand towards Yuntae. He tells Yuntae that if he wants, he can also have that kind of power. "No way! How could this be possible?" Yuntae questions. Scalpel replies that if Yuntae makes a deal with him, then he can give Yuntae this power. "A deal? Are you saying that I have to sell my soul or something?" Zopop questions. Scalpel replies that he is not interested in such things after receiving this power. He tells Yuntae to just use it to get revenge of Jay-ick. Yuntae agrees and the deal has been finally made. After receiving the power, he feels a sudden burst of energy and aura radiating from his body. He feels omnipotent, as if he is the strongest man on Earth. Scalpel then explains that this power is not to that extent. It's more like being ranked first in the local area. "I'm no longer a Zopop?" he shouts. At the rooftop, Jay-ick says that his fate, the path that he needs to awaken to, is a path that has exciting career and a cool appearance that will ignite his passion. But he doesn't think this one will be of any help at all. He says that the path of being a hybrid is probably not the path he should really take and decides to choose differently. Right here at this moment, he decides to throw away the chains that bound him. Now he only has confidence. And all that's left now is victory. All that criticism and hardship. He plans to shake it off, stand up and confront the world. For him, his CSAT score is more important than useless superpowers. He will do his best to live an ordinary life, and will even reject his fate and seal his powers in order to do that. He opens the door while thinking that this is the path he will choose. As he opens the gate, he sees Zopop with red eyes. Zopop was searching for Jay-ick for a long time and finally found him. "I came here to get some fresh air. Look at those red eyes. How much did you study, but could you please make way for me?" Jay-ick requests politely. Without wasting any time, Yuntei launches an impactful punch at Jay-ick. Jay-ick couldn't dodge it as he was not on guard. Scalpel was sitting on the ceiling, seeing and enjoying the scenario. He says that to open the waves of evil through appropriate stimulation is his own way of strategy. He smiles as he says that he hopes his strategy works out. Haniel notices a dark red aura coming from the rooftop. What the hell is going on? She wonders. On the rooftop, the punch was impactful enough to send Jay-ick flying, but Jay-ick handles himself very well and looks more like a beast himself. He tells Yuntei to stop fighting as he doesn't want to fight. Yuntei says that whether it was both in elementary or middle school, he alone was the charging one, but suddenly Jay-ick appears and snatches that position. He says that at that time he felt humiliated, and now he wants to become the king of the school. Yuntei rushes towards Jay-ick and starts to punch him. "Why are you standing still? Why don't you hit me like you did back then?" he questions. Jay-ick, on the contrary, is taking all the damages without flinching. He tells Yuntei to stop this at once. Yuntei is desperately punching while wondering that why even Jay-ick's glasses are fine. Jay-ick thinks that Yuntei will be mad if he knows that his attacks are only itching a bit. Scalpel says that the kid is not as good as he thought he would be. Ow! No! That clueless appearance can't be your true nature. It must be because Haniel has sowed some good seeds in you. "Then shall I try to defile it this time?" he asks, while laughing his tongue out. He creates magical threads in order to control and provide more strength to Yuntei. "Ah! So much power has come into me! I can't control my strength!" Yuntei shouts as he is unable to control his own strength and body. He is busting with powers which he never has harness. He screams and his teeth and horn grows like a demon. Jay-ick gets puzzled and sees a punch coming right at him. This time, he also takes the punch, but it hurts a little. Yuntei smiles as he was finally successful to hurt Jay-ick. He then kicks and punches simultaneously. "Isn't it strange that you didn't feel any pain when you were getting beaten up like this?" he questions. He feels awesome, intrigued and excited at the same time. "Did I get him this time?" he wonders with a smirk in his face. Alas. Haniel was able to break free of the chains and comes right to the rooftop. As she enters, she sees that Scalpel is controlling Yuntei by providing his powers. She gets furious and kicks Scalpel from behind. Scalpel says that he didn't expect Haniel to break free this quickly. "Do you think you could stop me with just that level of seal?" Haniel asks. Scalpel smiles as he tells her not to be pretentious, because he can see clearly that she is panting. He says that Haniel is not like herself when she is tired while grabbing her neck. Haniel then jumps and kicks backward. She says that she can be a fool for once, but not twice because a demon's tricks are easily revealed on the second try. Oh, so you are saying you are innocent but not stupid, huh? Then what about this? He asks, while creating his binding spell. As Scalpel completely tries to bind Haniel, both of them hear Jay-ick shouting with a sudden outburst of power. He says that he doesn't need this kind of power. The power outburst was so impactful that both the demon and the angel are pushed backwards. Jay-ick says that he just wanted to live an ordinary life. Scalpel tells Haniel to watch closely, how Jay-ick's power is being liberated. Jay-ick not only has the wave of goodness she hoped for, and once Jay-ick accepts the wave of evil and unleashes its power, he will something that no one has ever seen. You want to live an ordinary life with that much power? Uni questions and tells Jay-ick that if he doesn't want that kind of power, he should give it to someone who wants it. He runs forward and punches Jay-ick, but Jay-ick's face feels more like a rock to him, and he falls down to the ground due to the impact of his own force. Ah! My hand! He screams in pain. Jay-ick then punches the ground, which deals a heavy impact and even shakes the school. The students wonders what kind of construction is being done on the roof. By seeing this, Yoontae gets horrified and keeps sweating out of fear. Jay-ick tells Yoontae that he wants to stop this because he doesn't like exerting his power like this. Scalpel sees that his prediction was perfectly correct. And as expected, Jay-ick's awakening level will surge rapidly as he enters battles. Yoontae says that he understands, and he also wants to stop here. So he says sorry to Jay-ick. Jay-ick decides to leave Yoontae and turns around as he says that school violence is bad. The moment he turned around, Yoontae reveals his true intentions and tries to attack again from the back and punches with a full power counterattack. He smiles as he thinks that this attack was a fatal one, but to his surprise, his attack didn't even left a scar on Jay-ick's body. This time, Jay-ick gets really furious. "Let's continue. Is that it you want?" he asks, while giving a death glare. On the other hand, Scalpel is excited as he sings and thinks that everything is going according to his plan. Jay-ick's awakening level is increasing gradually, along with his anger. Haniel runs towards Jay-ick in order to stop any more hazards. "Now let's see what happens to those who reject peace." "I told you to stop, didn't I?" he asks angrily. "Stop! Stop, please!" Both Haniel and Yoontae shouts. Jay-ick ready his hand for a punch. He tells Yoontae to consider this punch as a historical lesson. As he is about to punch, Haniel comes in front of him and uses her shield to block the attack. Haniel tries to stop Jay-ick by saying that this situation isn't Yoontae's fault, but he doesn't listen as anger has succumbed his actual senses. Jay-ick awakening rate increases from 41 to 45%, and it starts to break Haniel's shield barrier. It is a dangerous situation. Haniel grabs Yoontae and flies away from the danger with her wings. Jay-ick says that after today, his peaceful life has changed. Haniel notices that Jay-ick is already on 179 degrees, but she feels relieved that it hasn't gone to 180 degrees yet. She notices that her shield can't put up with that tremendous power. Jay-ick jumps upward to attack Yoontae again. This time, Haniel uses her mega shield, but this shield also starts to break. Scalpel, sitting on the back, seeing all the commotion, says that finally it has all started, the opening of a wave of evil. Haniel says that her shield couldn't hold for much longer, so she uses her Giga shield. Oh! This is the last train runaway locomotive, Scalpel shouts in excitement. Oh! Last train runaway locomotive is a special technique that manifests when feelings of injustice and frustration reach their peak. The power and form of the attack vary greatly depending on the caster's ability. It's a relentless fury that surfaces after reaching the end of one's patience and endurance. This is without a doubt a sign of irrational anger management disorder. Can it be stopped? He wonders. He then sees that the awakening level is spiking again. It has gone from 45 to 50%. The Giga Shield shatters and Haniel again flies away while carrying our Zopop. Yunte feels like he is eternal peace as he hugs Haniel tightly. Haniel realizes that at this rate, Jay-ick might completely be tainted by evil. She shouts at Jay-ick to stop the outburst. Jay-ick doesn't know what this feeling is. A warm surge rises from deep within his chest. This urge he is experiencing for the first time. This is what the awakening of the power means, a power guided by fate. His heart swells with grandeur. Then he feels that something is itching on his back. Haniel has stabbed Jay-ick with a straw. She says that it is the only way to prevent the outburst. Jay-ick thinks that making a fuss isn't his style. Winning a brawl is trivial. True victors are those who triumph in life, so he wants to lose, or at least needs to learn how to lose. Haniel barely managed to stop the outburst by using Chillman's straw. Chillman's straw is a technique that induces calmness and suppresses confusion by sticking the straw used by the ancient god, Chillman, into the opponent's mind. Scalpel shouts that it's a cowardly trick to use as an angel. She replies that she couldn't, that stand still and watch Jay-ick continue his outburst. "What are you doing?" Haniel asks. Scalpel also uses a straw. He justifies that he also couldn't stand still and do nothing either. Suddenly, after using the straw, Jay-ick again feels the sensation of anger. Scalpel Jay-ick to tune it into his heart's voice. He used triple-folded straw, a technique that gradually increases the sense of deep anger. Both the angel and the devil tries to comfort and convince Jay-ick in their own way. The more he thinks about it, the more angrier he gets. He also wants to beat them all up. No, why am I even angry in the first place? He wonders while getting totally confused. That's right. No, that's not right. It's not that the right thing is right. It's that what's supposed to be right is not, he shouts, and shows an act of cognitive dissonance as he is puzzled with both his actions and emotions. Jay-ick realizes that he is losing himself, and the quarrel between the angel and the devil is driving him crazy. At that moment, he cools his mind and starts to think deeply that this is not a matter of right or wrong. This power that has suddenly come to him, if he could possess this power, then this power could also be discarded, he concludes. Scalpel notices that the awakening rate is rapidly decreasing. Is reducing one's awakening progress one of a hybrid's power? Haniel wonders where that limit is. It is as if Jay-ick has found enlightenment, as he was able to bodily discard the power that he can't handle. Detachment. Yep, it is. Oh my God, he has mastered the legendary detachment, the ability that is said to be the strongest among those who renounce their possession. Haniel shouts in excitement. The power level has completely stabilized. Jay-ick goes near Yunte and precisely explains that he discarded the unnecessary power and gained a new one. "Yunte, are you okay?" he asks. He says that they shouldn't fight like this. Instead, he advises Yunte to study hard from now in order to go to a good university together. The thing we are now seeing is the power of positively. Alas, both of them became friends. In the back, Haniel says that either way, she is relieved that it ended on a heartwarming note, while on the contrary, Scalpel gets furious because he didn't expect that Jay-ick will give up his power like that. Haniel smiles as he thinks that, even in such a mess, it's remarkable that Jay-ick can build up the power of positivity. And as expected, he truly has the qualities of an angel. Scalpel now knows an important fact about hybrids. He analyzed that all hybrids may have the power to control their awakening rate at their own will. At the bus stop, Jay-ick tells Yunte that they should meet each other warmly next time. Zopop agrees and says that he is gonna jot down what happened today in his diary. He will cherish and never forget what happened today. After some time, Jay-ick reaches home and greets his parents with a smile. "You're here. Anything special happen? Have you eaten?" Both of them ask upon witnessing the smiling face of Jay-ick. He speaks that he realized a lot today. He says thank you for their love and care for all this time. He announces that he will strive to do better and live more fully from now on. His dad smiles while his mom gets angry as she finds out that Scalpel failed on his job to awaken the devil luring inside Jay-ick. His father gets happy upon seeing that Jay-ick is brimming with a wave of good now. Jay-ick's mother realizes that this won't do, and she has no other choice but to take action. She brings out a cell phone and says that it's been a long time since she has taken this out. She wishes that she didn't have to bring it out again, but this type of circumstances calls for it. Hell, the world make it better place. The music rings on the phone and some fearsome entity picks up the call. "What is it, servant? Contact is prohibited during missions." "So why did you call me?" the unknown entity asks. She replies that we'll use the call chance and says that Scalpel is too inexperienced to handle the target. The anonymous devil replies that this is a good reason for using the call chance, so he will accept it. Additionally, he informs that we'll send someone more suitable soon to carry out the job. In the endlessly deep abyss, at the very bottom of hell, the lowest level of the abyss, a prisoner in the farthest room of infinite hell, it annihilates anything in its sight, also known as the destroyer of hell. One of the devil goes to meet him and calls him the dark Satan. The devil says that finally the liberation has come. So he tells the dark Satan to go up to the surface that he wanted so much to deceive and trample those he sees to his heart's content. Sounds pretty interesting, liberation, you say? Huh? The dark Satan asks. At Jay-ick's home, the news of the arrival of the Satan-class threat reaches his dad. "So they sent a Satan-class threat for this?" Jay-ick's dad questions. His mom replies, "They can't afford any more delays. 19 years have already passed, and the previous method isn't working. This is the best decision. Our mission wasn't to hurt Jay-ick." "What if something happens to Jay-ick because of this?" his dad asks, while keeping his hand on his pretending wife's shoulder. His wife gets angry as she grabs and starts to bend one of his fingers. She reminds him that Jay-ick was just a ward they were looking after for the mission. So he must approach this with unnecessary human sentimentality, because the moment he starts thinking about affection and familial love, his resolve will weaken. After that, Jay-ick's dad pulls back his finger and both of them start to shout. "What if Jay-ick overhears all of this?" his dad shouts. At that moment, Jay-ick enters. "Just now, what do you mean by that?" he questions while being extremely puzzled about the current situation. At the same time, Hell's 6th-class Demon Legion destroyer of stage Mercurochrome makes his entry into the world of the living. It's been a while since he has felt the outside air. "Grrrr! I'm overflowing with power. This is what being alive feels like," he shouts. According to him, this place is like heaven, which he wants to smash to stir up chaos, but he suddenly hears a voice in his head telling him that, "It's too soon, Mercurochrome. Your special pardon is only applied to missions of subduing the Apex Hybrid and bringing him back to the awakened stage. If you meet that condition, you can unleash as much destruction as you like." After hearing this, he says that typical demons always tend to attack conditions, but he decides to take it as a condition he could handle. He says that he will start with the boy who will become the Apex Hybrid fast, and he wants to destroy him because they never said to bring that boy alive. "Oh, big fella, don't block the road, move. Do you own the road or something? Don't jaywalk." A person driving a car in the road shouts at Mercurochrome. Mercurochrome gets angry and starts to accumulate energy at his spear to unleash an attack. He says that anyone who will stand in his way will be smashed to bits as he swings his spears. Additionally, he says that he doesn't believe in any so-called legends, as legends tend to be exaggerated and inflated, and especially since Jay-ick is a novice yet to awaken, he assumes that he will easily smash it, and with this, Mercurochrome wants to rewrite the legend by saying the legend was wrong. At Jay-ick's home, "Are you saying that I'm not your real child?" he asks, while making a confusing yet sad expression. Both of his parents try to dodge the questions by making some excuses. Jay-ick's mom tells him that he must have heard it wrong, since his mom was summarizing the drama she watched yesterday. "Tell me, Dad!" Jay-ick shouts in frustration. His dad lies on the ground, asking for forgiveness. "So, Dad is not my biological father? And Mom, she's not my real mother either?" he asks sadly. Both of his parents realize that lying won't work on this kid now. Jay-ick, while releasing his aura, says to them to tell him everything, how he was born and even how all of this happened. His mom starts to explain that a very long time ago, there was a great war between heaven and hell. The war, sparked by differing ideologies, raged on for a millennium. This millennium-long war eventually lost its purpose, turning into a meaningless fight with unending sacrifices, bestowing nothing but destruction and despair upon both heaven and hell. The angels and demons, exhausted from the continuous strife, finally devised a solution to conclude the war. They chose a representative from each side to engage in a one-on-one duel, deciding the outcome of the war and agreeing to accept the result gracefully. Isn't this too much? Can't you summarize it in about 5 lines? "What does my birth have to do with this?" Jay-ick asks. His mom tells him to hold on because the main story is just getting started. The chosen representatives were the Archangel Seraphim for the angels and the great demon Baal for the demons. Keeping everything from the 1,000-year war at stake, the death match started. That was the renowned duel of the Valhalla Canyon. How dare you casually mention the name of the Archangel? "Is Seraphim your friend?" Jay-ick's dad asks while interrupting the flow of the story. Jay-ick grabs his father's mouth while telling him not to intervene. At that battle, "Seraph, is this our first time going head-to-head? How about a cup of coffee before we fight?" the great demon Baal asked as he tried to tease Seraphim. Seraphim, on the contrary, says that she will purify his foul mouth with the power of light, and thus their battle commenced with the pride of angels and demons on the line. Their strife persisted, with no one showing signs of defeat. There seemed to be no end in sight. That's how they ended up fighting for another 1,000 years. Both of them realized that the fight which was started in order to end the war is increased because they have expended the battles for 1,000 years. Seraphim said that at this rate, they both will end up dying. The demon Baal agrees with her and suggests that they should avoid unnecessary exhaustion, so they both decided to settle the battle with their ultimate moves. The angel used the power of compassion. She says that she will transcend everything through love. On the other hand, the demon Baal used the power of greed, the strength to humble oneself before what one desires. The angel's attack was driven by goodwill, while the demon's attack was driven by malice. The collision shook that area, and in that moment, something unthinkable occurred. From compassion, the calm fell away, and from greed, the gree fell away. Something no one could have predicted. The emotion of love and passion arose. The two words from the ultimate techniques surprisingly harmonized with each other. Both the enemies started to have feelings for each other, a feeling that they could never have experienced until now. Even the angels and demons observing the battle began to question their own sight. "We've been battling all this while, haven't we, Baal?" Seraphim asks as she gets close to Baal while blushing. Baal replies, saying, "Indeed, but now it seems to be a time for them to build something." It was destined to unfold this way from the start. One of the angels tells them to keep their distance from each other, while two of the demons shout at the angel to stop the music he is playing. Despite everyone's disapproval, they couldn't halt their intense passion as both of their lips touched each other. They forgot everything about the world for that moment. All the angels and the devils tried to stop them, but they couldn't. They started doing this and that, and in the end, they started doing that. Stop! How far are you planning to narrate this story? Jay-ick is still underage, his dad shouts while blocking Jay-ick's ear. His mom replies that he is already 19, so it's foolish to remain ignorant. Additionally, she says that if they keep things hushed, like this, kids may end up with misconceptions. Finally, Jay-ick got to know the secret of his birth, but he is still quite puzzled. As he tries to escape that area, his dad stops him saying that there's more to the secret. In the meantime, the previously seen trio appears in front of Mercurochrome. "Don't stand in my way," Mercurochrome shouts. He again repeats himself, but the boss of the group tries to act cool. "Do you think I would listen to that?" the short man replies. "Hey there, big guy. Would you mind stepping aside? Don't you know who my big brother is, and yet you still dare block the way?" two of the boys ask. His big brother, who is actually the little one in size, tells them to stop as it seems that the big guy is new around here, so he suggests to give the guy some guidance. Mercurochrome, without lingering, punches the two in front, which creates a huge impact as they fly away, stirring up the wind. "Don't stand in my way," Mercurochrome repeats himself. The little guy gets angry as he asks that since a man should have some pride, whether it is all right if he stands beside Mercurochrome. Mercurochrome agrees that standing beside him is all right. "Why? Imp, how do I get to Happy Apartments?" he asks. The short guy replies that they can get there by taking a turn down this alley while pointing at the alley. After hearing this, Mercurochrome takes out his spear and smashes the building. He says that in his books there's no such thing as taking turns. For him, it is always straightforward. He says that if there is no road, then he will just build one because that is the way of the strong. For the first time, the short guy named Ushi Jim saw what true strength is, and since he thinks of him as a little demon, he intends to follow the big and strong. He is a man who is attracted to strength because he is a man who gives credit where credit is due. He again stands in front of Mercurochrome. Mercurochrome again warns him not to stand here. Ushi Jim bows down in front of Mercurochrome. "Hello, I will be your guide. Is it okay if I stand below you?" he asks. The demon replies that below is fine. Ushi Jim, who has now become a GPS, tells the demon to go straight for 500 meters. At Jay-ick's home, he asks whether there is still more to the story that he doesn't know of. His mom replies that they haven't told Jay-ick why he is so important and why is he considered significant just by being born yet. His dad volunteers to explain it properly so that Jay-ick can understand. He starts to explain by saying that news about a child born between Seraphim and Baal spread like wildfire in both heaven and hell. It stirred up thoughts of the ultimate Abraxas legend that was only passed down in ancient prophecies. Does the legendary, supremely powerful apex hybrid truly exist? Will a human at the age of 19 truly undergo an initial awakening and afterward achieve an unbeatable apex hybrid status after the grand awakening? If so, will this be on the side of the angels or the demons? The supremely powerful apex hybrid is just a legend inscribed in ancient texts. Where is the guarantee that he will indeed become an apex hybrid? Countless questions like these arose. The demons tried to take the child by saying that as the angels didn't believe the legend of the apex hybrid, they are not entitled to that power. The angels blamed the demons for talking nonsense and disagreed with their judgment. The angels denied it, by saying that as the child was born through the power of love, the angels should be the one taking care of him. The demons replied that the child is a product of passion, something unattainable by love alone. So the child will undoubtedly grow into a manifestation of desire and will along with the demons. While sharing this story, both of his parents, one who is an angel and the other who is a demon, starts to argue with each other in the name of heaven and hell. Jay-ick says that he had enough of the theatrics, so he tells them to cut to the chase. The demons suggested creating a contract, as an angel's words can't be trusted, and the angels agreed as they said that contracts don't lie demons. The contract was signed, and according to it, angels and demons will each assign a guardian to oversee and facilitate the child's growth. Until the child reaches the age of 19, any interference from angels and demons other than the guardians is prohibited. And so, leaving Jay-ick behind, a contract was drafted for the first time in the history of angels and demons. His mom is the guardian specified in the contract from the demon's side, and his dad is the guardian from the angel's side, and both of them raised Jay-ick on their behalf. Jay-ick finally understands that everything was a lie and realizes why Haniel and Scalpel appeared out of nowhere in his life. He shouts angrily that all his life up to this point was nothing but a lie. The angel guardian gets behind the demon's back. He tells Jay-ick not to be angry. The demon guardian replies that regardless, there's nothing they can do, and once Mercurochrome arrives, all of this will be over. At the same time, Ushi is leading Mercurochrome to the correct destination. He informs that they'll reach their destination as soon as they cross this crosswalk. Mercurochrome replies that the mention of crossing reminds him of his time in hell, when he had to cross the Styx River with nothing but his bare body. From that moment on, he had feared nothing. As Mercurochrome is walking the crossroad, a bus comes near and is about to hit him. He turns the bus upside down and says that it only tickled. Ushi witnesses as he falls in love with Mercurochrome's seemingly omnipotent power. Mercurochrome tells Ushi to lead the way. In the next moment, Haniel notices the Satan-class demon up from the sky. She says that she can't believe that demons actually sent a Satan-class demon, but it's expected from the low lives like the demons. Scalpel agrees with Haniel. He says that it's a bit too much, and the demons also requested reinforcements without even consulting him. But it's a pretty solid strategy, so Scalpel can't really object. He figured out that the demons are launching a psychological attack on Jay-ick from the inside, and then Satan comes in to finish the job in one fell swoop. You call yourself a guardian. Where in the world have you been till now, and how do you plan to protect Jay-ick then? He asks Haniel. He says that Jay-ick has been deeply wounded in his heart, and soon his body will be severely injured as well. At Jay-ick's home, anger is taking over him because now he knows the truth, that in the end, he was treated not as a person, but a mere object. Mercurochrome, standing right outside Jay-ick's apartment, feels the wave of evil triggered by the sense of anger from a specific flat. He gets happy, pats Ushi's head, and says that he will make Ushi his subordinate when this mission is complete after gaining his freedom. He shouts that they will wreak havoc on this human world together as he jumps upward. At that moment, Haniel comes flying, and in order to black the demon, she uses Terra Shield, but it is ineffective as Mercurochrome easily shatters it into pieces. He says that the likes of him can't be stopped by a mere guardian angel. Haniel falls on the ground as she can't keep up her shield any longer. The demon breaks into Jay-ick's home. He laughs at Jay-ick, as he says that he feels sorry for Jay-ick to have such a small body, and he also feels sorry to hit a small person. He tells Jay-ick to watch as he creates a legend by taking down this apex hybrid in one fell swoop. "What are you laughing at?" Jay-ick asks as he rushes to punch the Satan-class demon. Mercurochrome. feels that Jay-ick's hands are tiny, yet powerful enough, as he falls on the ground. Jay-ick forgot what he was about to say, and he blames mercurochrome for it. Previously, when mercurochrome jumped, Jim thought that the summer of his life has arrived, marking the time when he finally met a wonderful man. It felt like a blessing, a treasure he discovered in the innocence of youthful summer. It was as if he had found an unbreakable diamond, but after seeing mercurochrome falling in just one punch, he turns his back on mercurochrome, saying that he prefers winter more than summer. The Guardian feels like he can't take it anymore and tries to run away, but Jay-ick starts to stop him by releasing a green aura. The Guardian Angel says that he has done everything he could do and his mission is now complete. The Guardian Demon tells Jay-ick to come back to his senses. Both of them then start to attack Jay-ick by jumping. The Guardian Angel says that, still, they do have affection for Jay-ick. After all, they're the ones who raised him. The Guardian Demon asks whether Jay-ick will disintegrate them, because they're just servants, a servant assigned to take care of him until he turns 19. Jay-ick's dad shouts at his mom while telling her not to stir things up further. Jay-ick, do you remember when Dad used to give you piggyback rides? His dad asks while sweating, and sheds tears when he says that he worked hard regardless, as if Jay-ick were his real child. His mom, on the other hand, blames his dad for adding the fuel in the fire, and like this, they start to quarrel with each other, and things reach to divorce, and both of them decide to sign the divorce paper. Jay-ick shouts that he wants to see no one fighting or quarreling in front of him. Both the Guardians say sorry to Jay-ick. In the meantime, Scalpel and Haniel were seeing all the incidents from the window. Scalpel notices that the awakening level has spiked again. He sees that Jay-ick is already manipulating the awakening level as he pleases. Scalpel guesses that's a basic skill for the Apex hybrid. Haniel says that more importantly, things have gotten out of hand and there are many witnesses. The people in that area are wondering whether anyone died because they saw that someone was falling, and some of them also considered calling the police. Haniel realizes that they can't let people discover their true identities, including Jay-ick's. They need to restore the city and erase people's memories. Scalpel wishes her good luck on that. He says that he is more of a destroyer than a restorer. Haniel gets really pissed as she kicks Scalpel and orders him to clean up the trash. Haniel doesn't understand why she always has to clean up the mess that these demons recklessly create. To restore a situation of this magnitude, even if she uses all her energy, it might not be enough. But she has to at least try, because in her opinion, even if her body breaks, angels have to fulfill their duties. She starts to use the power of the Great Restoration to restore the city completely. On the contrary, Scalpel is clearing up the trash, otherwise known as the Satan-class demon. He criticizes the angel for being foolish because Haniel is using her power to erase the memory of the people who will eventually age and die. In his perspective, why should someone put so much effort into erasing the memories of mere mortals? He then opens up a portal to send mercurochrome to hell and tells him to say hi to Lucifer on his behalf. After some time, the restoration was done, and the cracks were all gone, and the people also started forgetting their memories of this incident, and some of the people think of it as a nightmare. All these restoration and erasing the memories took a huge toll of Haniel's body as she starts to fall from the shy, but Scalpel catches her in the perfect time. "Are you into self-harm scams or something?" he asks Haniel, who is currently fainting due to exhaustion. He says that Haniel is a tiresome woman who is fainting, and in this state, if he let her fall into hell, he will have one less rival. He laughs as he says that Haniel might have forgotten that he is a demon as she dared to faint in front of him. He says that it is the end for her, while throwing her into hell. At Jay-ick's home, he picks up the family photo and wonders How has he lived until now and not noticed even once that all of these photos were fake? The piggyback rides, the amusement park, the picnics, the hot spring trips, even the Halloween parties. Everything until now was a lie, he cries as he processes the hardcore truth of his life in his mind. Did you really have to deceive me like that, with every detail so meticulously planned? He asks his pretend parents while crying. He was feeling anger, yet sadness at the same time. The demon guardian replies that they had no other option but to do it, because the moment they were found out, it would have been the end of their lives. Jay-ick thinks that he never doubted, not even once, the fact that they weren't his real parents, and it was not just him, but no one around him even noticed. At that moment, he realizes that if nobody noticed, including him, it can only mean one thing. That means they've raised me well, right? He thinks deeply in his mind. He starts to walk towards the guardians and holds both of their hands. He says thanks for raising him well. He states that the fact that no one has noticed or thought it was strange until now means that they raised him as well as any other parents. So Jay-ick suggests that they should continue being his mom and dad. After hearing this, both of them start to shout. They say that there is no need for that, because Jay-ick grew up on his own without being properly raised, and they also state that there are just contracted servants who simply worked hard, and they couldn't possibly do anything that would weigh on their conscience in their angelic and demonic life. They say that they don't want to work overtime and tell Jay-ick to forget all the past memories. Jay-ick grabs their hands tightly. He tells them that from now on, they will be staying here, with him. Both of them feel the pain in their hands. Jay-ick gets angry as he bites his tongue and tells them again to just keep on being his parents, as they have been, because he doesn't want to break up this family. His mom says that it's hurting while grabbing his father's hair due to the pain. At hell, a demon comes to free a prisoner. The prisoner says that it's his turn now. He says that he will commence his attack, and it will be a counterattack, so wishes the opponent to be extra careful. Both the demon and the prisoner are having a chat. The demon tells the prisoner to not waste his talent and suggests him to work in hell. "Are you trying to corrupt me?" the prisoner asks. He checks the level of his corruption using a thing like a compass. He sees that the color is still blue, and once it turns red, he will lose all of his angel qualifications. The prisoner is also known as the 3TN Order Archangel, Azrael, who is on the verge of corruption. The demon, who is Hell's strategic headquarters negotiator named Negojom, offers Azrael a position of strategic deputy commander of Hell's army. Additionally, he says that there are 5,000 miscellaneous mobs attached below it, and if Azrael agrees to come to Hell now, he'll appoint Azrael right away. After hearing the offer, Azrael tells Negojom to prepare another 5,000 minions. Negojom wants to negotiate, but Azrael refuses by saying that he is different from other angels, and he will not move unless there's a profit to make. He says that if he is going to fall from grace, it should be under good conditions, and once he becomes a demon, even if he falls, there's nowhere lower for him to go. Moreover, he says that he will sign the contract the moment he falls from grace, and when the 1,000 minions are prepared as proposed. Lastly, he says that as an angel, he still has duties left which he needs to complete and leaves that area. After some time, as he walks in Hell, he says that every time he comes to Hell, it's always a mess, although a little bit of remodeling would do this place wonders. He tells them to install some streetlights at least, and also, the strong sulfur smell is unbearable, according to him. It's a complete disaster. While walking, he comes across two demons. The demons notice that it's an angel and start to attack him. Azrael deals with them swiftly. He sighs as he says that these demons don't even recognize the person who will serve Hell later. He kicks one of the demons backwards and another one upwards. He again kicks the small demon whom he threw upwards a moment ago. He notices that there's even a drunkard collapsed on the ground. He points out that anyone can see that it's a true hell here. At that moment, he saw an angel falling from the sky, and that angel was none other than Haniel. He thinks that Haniel might be a fallen angel, but he wonders what could have gone wrong for an angel to fall into hell. He then notices that this angel is the Apex Hybrid's appointed guardian angel. Does landing here mean they failed their mission? Does that mean I, who was appointed next, have a high chance of being summoned? He thinks deeply. In the next scene, we see Valhalla Canyon, a nearby small valley. In the past, Ninth Order Angel Civil Servant Aesthetic Cephacross was waiting in the waiting room for aspiring actors. Hello? Is this the waiting room for aspiring actors? Hell's 7th class. Demon Servant Demon Intern Demoniac asks. Both of them got shocked to see each other as an angel and a demon. At the time an announcement was made, the judge congratulated both of them on passing the document review. He said that from now on, they will have to go to the human world and act as a parent until the child grows up. The human world. Can we put on a proper performance in the human world where mortals are crawling around? Demoniac questioned. Cephacross agrees by saying that he wants to become a comedy actor, not a tragedy one. The person told them to listen to the end. He said that if they act for just 19 years, both of them will be brought back to heaven and hell, and after completing the mission, they will have the qualifications of regular angels and demons, not low-level demons and low-level angels. Moreover, depending on their acting skills, they will even receive additional points that will put them ahead of others in future promotions. Alas, both of them agreed in a heartbeat, and this is how they volunteered for the mission, but it turned out to be an extreme job. Jay-ick looks at the news and laughs and says that it's so enjoyable to have a meal together as a family. Cephacross tries to run away by making an excuse to bring water for his thirsty son. Jay-ick throws a chair at the wall in order to scare Cephacross. He says that he doesn't want water. Demoniac tells Cephacross to stay still and not to cause any trouble. Cephacross says that his body is floating anyway, so he has no choice but to stay still. He says that feels good as it's comfortable when Jay-ick is being considerate of his dad again. Jay-ick compliments his mom for making the fish cake as a side dish, which is actually really delicious. Demoniac replies that she actually ordered it and she can order it again if he wants. He says that he didn't clean his room today, so he tells his mom to please scold him by saying that the one who creates the mess should be the one to clean it up. His proxy mom replies that she wouldn't dare to scold an Apex Hybrid who is making a mess. She tells him that he can make a mess as freely as he wishes. After hearing this, Jay-ick gets angry. He says that he wants to keep their family happy and tells them to cooperate a bit. After dinner, both the proxy parents are washing the plates. Demoniac says that the demon's plan failed because Jay-ick even managed to take down Mercurochrome in one shot. Cephacross tells her not to worry because this time he secretly asked heaven for help. What kind of help can we get when even someone at Satan's level is being taken down in one shot? She asks. Then she sees a devilish expression coming out from an angel. At the same time, in heaven, Azrael carried Haniel to heaven. What's happening? Am I dead? Why am I in heaven? Haniel asks as she regains her senses. Azrael replies that it's natural for an angel to come to heaven, and as Haniel used up all of her powers because of a human, he regards her as very kind, yet a bit lacking. Haniel recognizes him as the First Order Archangel named Ariel. Azrael lies that he is not Ariel, and Ariel is his twin brother. At that moment, a higher-up angel announces from the sky that Ariel is no longer a First Order Archangel. He has become a Third Order fallen angel Azrael. Originally a First Order Archangel, but demoted to Third Order due to internal corruption because he almost lost his Archangel status, but was allowed to retain his angelic rank as a matter of courtesy. The higher-up angel says that lately, he has been hearing strange rumors about Azrael, There's information that he is league with hell. Azrael replies that he was only there a few times for covert operations. Are you an archangel, collecting humans' wishes and selling them to demons? Azrael replies that it's just like being a white hat hacker. By the way, did you summon me to talk about this? He questions. The angel says that, as of now, Azrael will descend to the human world to assist in the awakening of the apex hybrid and bring them to heaven. Azrael says that he had a hunch, but he didn't expect this mission to come to him. Haniel asks the angel for the reason to send Azrael because this mission was supposedly hers. The angel replies that Haniel has failed her mission. As a result, from this moment on, she is to return to heaven and be confined in a special prison. A special prison, Haniel repeats. In the human world, Jay-ick is walking on the street while thinking that he has protected his family, and now he is truly going to live a completely ordinary life, as if nothing ever happened. He then sees that the sky is changing color. Huh? What is this? What is happening to the sky? He wonders and has a strange, ominous feeling about it. It's like what he witnessed previously, and he has a hunch that there's going to be another transfer student. After that, we can see the fallen angel Azrael gets admitted to Jay-ick's school. He gets in the classroom and introduces him to everyone. He tells all the students that they can freely call his Azra. After the introduction section is over, Azrael points his finger to the seat behind Jay-ick and tells that from today he will sit there. Jay-ick, seeing this new transfer student, and he feels very ominous feeling. Azrael then goes to his seat, and before sitting down, he says hello to Jay-ick, and directly asked if he is the apex hybrid. Hearing this, Scalpel gives an angry looks and asked Azrael that who told him to sit here. Azrael smiles and replies that he couldn't care less about a demon who's lost his touch. He also says that he is here because of this friend of his. Jay-ick then turns back and asked Azrael about Haniel. Ah, are you talking about that poor guardian? Azrael replies. Scalpel intervenes and tells that he has torn Haniel into pieces and sent her off to hell, and from now on they won't be seeing her face again. Torn to pieces? I found her passed out after her fall to hell and brought her back to heaven. She's likely detained in heaven's special prison by now, Azrael says. After that, we can see that Haniel is currently staying in the Heaven's Paradise special prison. She is resting on a lounger beside a swimming pool. She feels bored as she has nothing to do. At that time, a bald waiter comes and serves her an orange drink. She has been sentenced to live here for 20 years, and also she has to eat and drink continuously. She then looks at the girls in the pool and pities them for being sentenced to do this for 30 years. She then starts to drink and thinks that how long she has to be locked up here. Now, back to the classroom, the teacher is about to start the class. But before starting, he warns the students that if any phone rings during class, it will be confiscated with no exceptions. At the back, we can see Azrael is mocking Scalpel for tells lies whenever he opens his mouth. Scalpel feels annoyed as he didn't expect that Haniel will meet Azrael so soon. Jay-ick seems sad after hearing this, as he and Haniel was getting closer. After a while, Scalpel thinks something. He asked Azrael that, how can he go to hell as angels don't go there? Azrael replies that he occasionally goes there for business purposes. Scalpel gets shocked. Hearing this, so he asked Azrael that if he is a fallen angel. Hearing this, Azrael gets a bit nervous. He tells Scalpel that he hasn't fallen yet. He then takes a gauge meter from his pocket and feels relief, seeing that the meter is still in blue. Scalpel starts to feel weird, as an even strange guy has come. Azrael then asked Scalpel that if Jay-ick is really the apex hybrid, as he looks like an ordinary human. Scalpel replies that Jay-ick is human, but not as naive as he might think. While the two of them are talking, Jay-ick feels disturbed, so he turns around and tells them to keep quiet, as they are loud so everyone will hear them. The two of them ignores Jay-ick and continues their talk. Scalpel tells Azrael that Jay-ick is astoundingly powerful, and he can even control his strength at will. Azrael tells that he wants to test Jay-ick's skill, and saying this, he starts to take out the gun that is on his leg. How do you plan to test him? He crushed the destroyer of hell, Mercurochrome, in a single punch. No matter how much of an Archangel you are, you might find it tough to go against him. Scalpel tells this to Azrael. Azrael points the gun at Jay-ick. Scalpel gets scared and tells him to hold on as this is a bit too much. At that time, Jay-ick turns around and tells them to stop their mouth. As Jay-ick turns, Azrael fires the gun. Due to the huge sound, everyone in the class looks at them. As the gun fires, Jay-ick stops the bullet with his hand and gets angry and tells them that they are so loud that it's disturbing his studies. Seeing this, both Scalpel and Azrael get shocked. The sound also grabs the teacher's attention, but he thinks that it is a phone ringtone, so tells the class to bring the phone to him. Outside the classroom, we can see two students are talking in the hallway. The healthy guy tells Tay that he has been acting weird these days. Tay gets angry and says that what is he saying? The healthy tells Tay that he has been acting like best friends with Jay-ick after he beat him up. After that, the healthy pads Tay's head, tells that he never knew that he has been hiding such a soft side of his. Tay tells him to cut it out. He then thinks of Jay-ick and says that he is a good kid. Hearing this, the healthy gets angry and starts to shout at Tay. Azrael hears them talking and he goes towards Fatty and wraps his arm around his shoulder and says, "Who's talking about demotion here? And what's this about falling from grace? It seems we have a friend here who's a bit of an underdog. Why are you starting a fight with him?" Tay ignores Azrael and asked Fatty that what harm did he cause him by becoming friends with Jay-ick. You can't just meddle in personal disputes. These guys run this school. Their bond is built on mutual respect and loyalty. Scalpel comes and says this. Seeing Scalpel, Fatty gets scared, and he tells them that Ty used to torment the school, but now he is acting like a saint. After that, Azrael takes out his blue wings and tells them that he is an angel who solves disputes among humans and lends an ear to their troubles. Normally, he shouldn't interfere in human conflicts, but would they like to try a forbidden solution today? Tay gets confused and asked for the forbidden solution. After that, Azrael starts to analysis and then research. After doing this, he gives the solution, but the solution didn't make any sense to the others. Later, Scalpel tells that they should not interfere with human emotions in a human way. Scalpel then uses his demon whispers on Fatty and provokes him to fight with Tay. Seeing this, Azrael tells Scalpel that the thing he has done now is called manipulation. Scalpel replies, "No," and says that he merely gave an opportunity for social climbing that was hindered by friendship. Azrael then uses his retweet of support magic and provoke Ty to fight Fatty. After that, the two of them starts fighting from Fatty's, and Tay's point of view they are fighting like pros. But Scalpel and Azrael gets bored by seeing this as the fight looks so lame from their point of view. In that time, Jay-ick arrives at the scene. He sees that two people are brawling in the hallway. He goes towards them and grabs both of their shoulder with his both hands. He then raises them in the sky and tells them that if they do this here, they will disturb other people. After saying this to them, he goes to Scalpel and Azrael and shouts at them, as because of them, the teacher takes his phone and he has to go through a lot to get it back. After shouting at them, Jay-ick goes to the classroom to take his notes. Azrael then tells Scalpel that Jay-ick looks like a normal human kid, and when he fired the gun at him, Jay-ick didn't show any kind of awakening. Scalpel then tells him that Jay-ick's current awakening level is only 50%. And in the end, if he is not fully 100% awakened, both of their missions are doomed to fail. Scalpel also says that he tried various things to increase it, but it wasn't as easy as it seems. Azrael tells that the critical moment usually hits when someone has something precious to protect. I wonder what Jay-ick considers most precious. Hearing this, Scalpel tells that recently, Jay-ick found out that his parents are fake, but even then he has chosen to accept them as his real family. After hearing this, Scalpel gets that the weaknesses of Jay-ick is his parents. So he suggests Scalpel that what if they target Jay-ick's parents? Hearing this, Fatty Tay and Scalpel gets shocked. Azrael now explains Scalpel his plan. Azrael intends to take Jay-ick's parents, and if Jay-ick notices that his parents are under threat, he will surely come to rescue them, and in this process, if Jay-ick's parents gets hurt, and if Jay-ick sees this, his awakened powers would explode with unbearable anger. Hearing the plan, Scalpel tells Azrael that messing with Jay-ick's family is a bit too much. Why? Didn't you want to hasten the awakening by stirring up the wave of evil more than anyone else? And they're not even his real parents anyway. Azrael gives a deadly look and says this. The other two students hear Azrael's plan and thinks that he is Satan, as the plan is really vicious. Scalpel also gets nervous by hearing the plan. He then asked Azrael that who is he, as his tactics is more demonic than a demon, and an angel will never use such demonic tactics. Of course, an angel should never do such a thing. Such despicable tactics are only suitable for demons. Azrael tells this to Scalpel. He further says that he cannot do this job as if he does it his gauge might turn red. So he tells Scalpel to execute this plan and all the credit will belong to him. Scalpel makes a scary face and asked Azrael that if he is trying to give all the hard to him. On the other hand, we can see Jay-ick is walking towards his home. While walking, he thinks about Azrael. As Jay-ick now has a harmonious family, he wants to take care of them so that no harm comes to them. As Jay-ick is walling, two men in black suits stops him and asked help from him. They asked Jay-ick to show them the bus. Stop. Jay-ick turns around and points his finger and tells them to go in that direction. At that time, one of the men launched an attack at Jay-ick. Jay-ick dodges it easily. The man then jumps backwards and we can see the man has huge and sharp claws. The man then jumps towards Jay-ick at lightning speed. Seeing this, Jay-ick also takes a fighting stand and he gently taps the man, and the man bursts, and Balak liquid comes out of the man's body. Jay-ick gets shocked to see that a gentle tap from him explodes the man. Seeing this, the other guy takes off his helmet and throws it at Jay-ick. Jay-ick. Seeing this coming, so he just swings his hand to avoid it. But as the helmet hits his hand, it also explodes. Jay-ick get confused to see that the attacks are so weak. Now, as the helmet is removed, we can see that the man is not a human, as he has a lizard face. The lizard man starts to shake in fear, as he didn't expect Jay-ick to be so strong. Jay-ick looks at the lizard man and finds his face ugly and says that he is just a typical low-level mob. The tour name of the lizard man is Zop Mob. This species is a very common lowest-level monsters in hell. The Zop Mob gets so afraid that it starts to run away. The direction in which the Zop Mob run is where Jay-ick's house. Seeing this, Jay-ick panics and starts to run towards his house. Jay-ick rushes to his house and shouts for his parents, but he finds that no one is at home. He then looks around and sees that a note is stick on the fridge. Jay-ick quickly garbs the note, but the language in which the note was written is unknown for Jay-ick. As Jay-ick is looking at the note at that time, a Zop Mob launches a sneak attack on Jay-ick. As the Zop Mob attacks, Jay-ick just swings his hand and it hits the Zop Mob's helmet and breaks it. The Zop Mob also explodes, and black ink gets on Jay-ick's hand. Jay-ick is still unaware of the Zop Mob, and he thinks that it was a mosquito. After that, another Zop Mob holding a sword tries to attack Jay-ick, but this time Jay-ick notices him, and by using his telekinesis power, he rises the Zop Mob in the sky and tells it to interpret the letter. The Zop Mob then takes the letter and starts to read. Your mom and dad have been kidnapped. If you want to find them, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Hearing this, Jay-ick gets angry and garbs the Zop Mob's collar and asked him that where did they take his parents. Due to the power of Jay-ick, the Zop Mob dies and explodes. The black ink gets all over him, but he is upset as he didn't get all of his answers. At that time, another Zop mob appears, and Jay-ick quickly uses his telekinesis powers and takes control over the Zop mob's body. He angrily asked the Zop mob that Ho staged this kidnapping. The Zop mob replies that they are demons and they won't sell their own kind. Hearing this, Jay-ick asked him that if Scalpel has sent them. The Zop mob replies that he won't tell him. After that, Jay-ick throws his school bag and gives some options, and asked the Zop mob that who sent him. The Zop mob then finally tells Jay-ick that Scalpel is the one. Hearing this, Jay-ick gets more angry as he feels that Scalpel has betrayed him and how dare he touches his family. Out of anger, Jay-ick garbs the neck of Zop mob and kills it. Jay-ick gets that he failed to control his power, and his eyes are glowing. After that, he clams down a bit and adjusts his glasses and remembers that he forgot to ask where they took his mom and dad. Jay-ick then starts to search for any other left over Zop mobs. We can see that there is one Zop mob still hiding. This is the Zop mob that runs away from Jay-ick before. Jay-ick uses his powers and finds the last Zop mob. He uses telekinesis and drags the Zop mob in front of him. Jay-ick then wipes his face with a napkin and tells the Zop mob to tell him that where did they took his parents, or else he will see a bloodbath. The Zop mob starts to sweat out of fear, and he shows Jay-ick the location on his phone. Jay-ick watched the location carefully, and he again gets angry and starts to radiate his immense power. As he shouts, his aura outbursts, and from that alone, the Zop mob gets killed. After that, we can see in a ruined building, Jay-ick's parents are held captivate. We can see that Ushi Jim and his team is also there. Jay-ick's mom and dad tells Jim to quickly kill them. Because as they die, they will be able to leave this human world. As they are happily fantasizing their dead, at that time, Jay-ick comes there to save them. Seeing Jay-ick, both his parents gets upset behind them. Scalpel is watching this as he says that everything is going as planned. Azrael is also watching this with Scalpel. Scalpel says that Azrael's prediction is impressive as Jay-ick comes so quickly to rescue his parents. It's just human nature. They're wired to react quickly when their desire for revenge is triggered. Azrael tells this to Scalpel. He also further praises Scalpel for involving a human in this. Scalpel replies to Azrael that he is a demon, and there's no way he can be seen receiving orders from an angel in the eyes of others, and that's why he has done this kidnapping using a human. So you've handed the contract to a subcontractor? Azrael asked. Scalpel replies that it's more about the redistribution of labor. Saying this, Scalpel uses his magic to control Yimp and tells him that he is the master of evil deeds. Yimp cannot resist the power to Scalpel, and so his mind gets controlled. On the other hand, Jay-ick starts to walk towards his parents. He has a very serious look. As he steps on the ground, a pale green hand comes out of the ground and garbs Jay-ick's leg. Seeing this, Jay-ick gets scared and he starts to drag his leg. As he drags his leg, a green monster comes out of the ground. After that, the same species of monster starts to come out of the ground like mummies. Seeing the monsters, Jay-ick gets that they are low-level mobs. The monster then launch their attacks at Jay-ick. One of the monsters jumps and holds Jay-ick from behind. Seeing this, all the other monsters also jump towards Jay-ick. Jay-ick panics a bit as he slaps the monster on his back. It instantly gets killed and explodes, and black ink gets spread on his shoulder. As Jay-ick looks in front, he sees that a monster has come close to his face and is about to bite him. Jay-ick responds quickly and slaps the monster, saying that its breath stings. As the slap hits, the monster explodes immediately. Seeing the power of Jay-ick, the other monsters get scared and starts to sweat. Now Jay-ick raises his leg, and the monster that was holding his leg gets dragged out of the ground and flies high on the sky. As the monster is about to fall on Jay-ick's head, Jay-ick claps his hands and kills the monster like we kill mosquitoes. As the monster explodes, bulk ink overs Jay-ick's face and hands. Oh! Disgusting! Jay-ick then looks in front and sees that a whole lot of monsters are crawling out of the ground. Azrael and Scalpel is watching is seen from behind a glass room. Seeing this, Azrael tells Scalpel that this mobs are too easy for Jay-ick. Scalpel replies that, rather than a large monster loudly growling in front of you, a swarm of tiny mosquitoes disturbing your sleep is more irritating. He also further says that Jay-ick's composure sure is beyond imagination, but even for the apex hybrid faced with the swarm of mosquitoes, one can't help but feel anger. On the other hand, Jay-ick is kill all the monster easily. He gives a row of slaps and kills tons of the monsters. Jay-ick also uses dance moves to kill the monsters, and within a few minutes he was done killing all the monsters. Seeing this, Scalpel gets nervous. The little Yimp also sees this and feels scared. The Yimp realizes that kidnapping was a bad idea, and he slowly starts to get out of Scalpel mind control magic. Seeing this, Scalpel again used his magic and make Yimp totally under his control. Now the Yimp becomes totally demonic, and he laughs and tells that he will make Jay-ick have a taste of hell. Saying this, he raises Jay-ick's parents up. Jay-ick's mom and dad shouts out of pain. The Yimp looks at them with red eyes and says that, if things stay this way, Jay-ick's parents will slowly die while being hung. The Yimp's subordinates get scared to see his demonic act. Jay-ick sees this, and he gets super angry, and out of anger, his aura starts to leak. He threatens that he will absolutely not forgive them. Seeing this, Jay-ick's parents shout and tells him not to come here. The subordinates of the Yimp tells him that he has gone too far. The Yimp makes a scared face and tells them, and this is the true taste of a demon. But inside, the Yimp is very scared, and he cannot collect his thoughts because of Scalpel's magic. Jay-ick looks at his parents and says that he will definitely save them. Hearing this, his parent screams and begs him not save them. Azrael is seeing this, and after a while he asked Scalpel that if this is his last card. Scalpel panics a bit and says that he is sure that Jay-ick's anger will explode and unleash more awakening. Azrael then turns around and says that if a more life-threatening monster attacked the hanging parents, it would be more effective. Hearing this, Scalpel thinks that this is a brilliant idea. He also questioned Azrael that how did HR come up with such a plan? He would even put Satan to shame. And where do these demonic ideas come from? Azrael tells Scalpel to shut up, and his gauge is going down. After that, Scalpel uses his summoning magic and summons the man-eating monster Tremos. After that, a giant centipede-like monster comes out of the ground. The monster has a huge mouth with tons of sharp, pointed teeth. The monster is about to eat Jay-ick's parents. Jay-ick's parents sees this and feels happy as they think that this is the bus that will take them to their home. The monster opens his mouth widen and rushed to eat them. Seeing this, Jay-ick starts to run at full speed. Seeing him running, his parents gets upset and tells him not to approach them. Jay-ick ignores their screams and jumps towards the mouth of the monster. He jumps and gets inside the monster's mouth. Seeing this, his parents get shocked. The monster closes its mouth and tries to swallow Jay-ick. After a while, the monster starts to shake, and its mouth bursts open. Jay-ick's mom sees this and gets afraid. After that, we can see Jay-ick is completely fine. He is covered in saliva, and he is holding the mouth of the monster. Open Jay-ick then looks at his mom and dad and tells them to clock out. Hearing this, his mom and dad gets confused. On the other hand, Azrael and Scalpel is also nervous to hear this. After that, we can see Angel Haniel in Heaven's Paradise, special prison. She is chilling in a pool. While she is sitting on a chair, at that time, a bald waiter comes to her with a plate of food and says that this salad, made with a base of romaine lettuce, avocado, and arugula, is served with a 2+ grade sirloin steak. As Haniel sees this, she tells the waiter that she didn't order anything. The waiter stands still without saying a word. Haniel seems a bit troubled. She asks the waiter that if she can't stop eating. Now the waiter replies that that's not an option. The waiter also says that she is currently in a state of excessive happiness. Hence, stopping is out of the question. The punishment that Haniel has received is to eat without stopping. As the bald waiter finishes his words, his head shines brightly and it hurts Haniel's eyes. So she turns around and thinks that, if she continue to stay here, she won't just fail to protect Jay-ick, but she will also become morbidly obese. After that, Haniel tears a strand of hair, and as the bald waiter is about to leave, she calls him and shows him that there is a hair in her food. Seeing this, the waiter gets shocked, and he takes the plate and goes to the other waiters and starts to scold them. At that time, Haniel takes a cloth and wraps it around her shoulder and starts to escape from this place. As she is about to escape, she sees that the whole place is sealed with a barrier. She then asked God for forgiveness, and after that her hand starts to shine. Later, a yellow color sharp thing comes on her hand, and with that she cuts the barrier smoothly. After that, she spreads her blue wings and gets out of that place at full speed. On that other side, we can see Jay-ick's mom and dad ask Jay-ick that, what does he mean by clock out? Jay-ick gives a deadly look and replies that it's time for them to stop living this life and go back. He also says that it seems like dangerous situations keep arising because of him, and he has given it a lot of thought that holding on to his parents any longer is nothing but his selfishness. He then thanks his parents for being there for him for the past 19 years, and the best way he can repay them is by setting them free. After that, Jay-ick smiles brightly and tells them thanks for being his parents all this while. Hearing this, Jay-ick's parents starts to cry. Seeing this, Jay-ick requests them to disappear from his sight and go back to their home. Seeing this, Scalpel thinks of Jay-ick as a dutiful son. Azrael also thinks that Jay-ick is an angel, that he is giving a painless death to his parents. Jay-ick then opens the monster's mouth widen and tells his parents to slide down, and they will reach the afterlife in no time. The little yimp is holding the ropes, and he feels guilty for doing these things to such a peaceful family. But due to Scalpel's demon pepper, he is unable to express his real intentions. Yimp thinks that after he escaped from this demon whispers, he will live a life of repentance. At that time, the demon whispers activates, and the Yimp crises, and unwilling says to Jay-ick that he will not escape from his grasp. Jay-ick's mom starts to think, and after a while she speaks up and says that she has decided. His dad also says the same. Jay-ick's dad then shouts and says, Jay-ick, you are the child born from my heart. No matter what anyone says, you are my son. I'll work overtime forever. No, I'll live with you. Jay-ick's mom also says that if he is okay with a mother like her, she also want to remain as his mother. Jay-ick gets confused and asks them that what they means. His parents replies that they want to remain as his parents. Hearing this, Jay-ick gets emotional, and he also smiles brightly. Seeing this emotional scene, the Yimp cries heavily. After that, Jay-ick gets serious and says that it's time for retribution. Saying this, he breaks all the teeth of the monster and jumps from its mouth and lands on the ground. He then looks at the monster with his deadly eyes and says that how dare it tries to prey on his family, saying he punched the monster. Getting hit, the monster starts to vomit. Black ink from its mouth. Jay-ick punches continuously, and the monster vomits the black liquid. The monster starts to shake, but Jay-ick's anger was at his peak. He didn't stop his punches. After a while, he launched a powerful blow, and the monster gets pushed back. He then uses his agility and punched the monster from all sides. Seeing this scene, Scalpel and Azrael gets nervous as they cannot fathom how strong Jay-ick really is. After taking all the punches, the monster is on his deadbed. It starts to fall on the ground. Seeing this, Jay-ick stops and tells them not to belittle his family ever again. After that, Jay-ick looks at the Yimp. The Yimp gets scared from his glare. But due to the effects of demon whispers, he speaks up and says to Jay-ick that he is not scared of him. As the monster falls on the ground, Jay-ick starts to walk towards the Yimp and says that the mastermind behind this kidnapping must face the consequences of his wicked actions. Hearing this, the Yimp and his subordinates starts to shake. The Yimp's subordinates tells him that this is the end of their carrier. The Yimp replies that this time he really regret it, and if he survives today, he will stop all his bad works. At that time, Azrael comes behind the Yimp and says, "Don't be scared. I'll transfer a strong power to you, so fight against him." Saying this, Azrael put his hand on the Yimp's shoulder and starts to transfer his powers. He then tells the Yimp that, with the power from Scalpel combined with his, he can certainly match up to Jay-ick. As the blue aura cover the Yimp's body, he feels that he is becoming overwhelming strong. As Azrael performs this act, his gauge meter starts to go down. It is about to enter the red area. After the power transfer is over, the Yimp gets in front of Jay-ick at super fast speed. Jay-ick gets shocked to see this. The Yimp changes completely. He gets a red iron on his arm. In his head there are little horns. He radiates blue aura, and his face has become much handsome. He says that he has never experienced this kind of power. Jay-ick looks serious and says that it's noisy. He also increases his aura and his eyes glows green. He tells the Yimp that he has to face the consequences of his sin. Saying this, Jay-ick throws a punch at the Yimp. The Yimp dodges it easily. Jay-ick punch another time, but this time also, the Yimp dodges it. He also mocks Jay-ick, saying that he is not that much powerful. Now Jay-ick gets angry, and he throws a powerful punch, and lucky this time, the punch directly hit on the Yimp's stomach. Getting hit, the Yimp vomits blood, and he flies away and hits a wall and gets unconscious. The collision was so powerful that it leaves a huge dent on the wall. Seeing this, Azrael gets behind Jay-ick and tells him that he has something to say to him. He tells Jay-ick that he left his door open when he came here, so he closed it to prevent any potential theft. Hearing this, Jay-ick thanks him. Azrael now looks at the gauge and sees that the meter has turned to blue again. After that, he keeps the gauge in his pocket and goes towards the Yimp. He now transfers more power to the Yimp. As the power gets transferred, the Yimp gets up and says that he feels that his strength has gone up by twice. The Yimp rushed towards Jay-ick at lightning speed and punched on his chin. As the punch lands, Jay-ick's chin gets cut and starts to bleed. Jay-ick's mom and dad is still hanging, and now they are feeling very hungry. As the punch lands currently, Jay-ick gets pushed back and he noticed that something is happening with his sight. He is only seeing the after images of his opponent, and he is having trouble controlling the distance as well. After landing the punch, Ushi-jim tells Jay-ick that he is a weakling and he should throw away his title of the Apex Hybrid. Jay-ick gets angry, and while approaching Ushi-jim, he says that he doesn't feel guilty at all after doing all of this. Jay-ick rushes forward to punch him. Ushi-jim stands proudly and tells him to come at him. Jay-ick now gets closer and launched his first punch, saying that this punch is for his mom. Ushi-jim dodges the punch easily and casually starts to talk. Ushi-jim says that in the past, he used to make money by getting hit, but now even he wants to get hit, he can't. Jay-ick then launched his second punch, which is from his dad, but this time, also, Ushi-jim avoided it. Jay-ick gets desperate. He kicks Ushi-jim, and it was for Haniel. Ushi-jim steps aside and dodges the kick. Scalpel and Azrael is watching their fight. Scalpel speaks up and says that Jim is amazing as he is unfazed by such an attack. Every time Jay-ick's attack fails, the surroundings rapidly turn into a vacuum. It's as if a black hole nearby is consuming everything. If Jim had been just 1 cm closer, his body would have been crushed to pieces. Jay-ick's punches are making huge explosions behind Jim, but Jim is completely unaware of it. Scalpel asked Azrael that what kind of power did he infuse Jim with? No big deal, just a minor buff, Azrael replied. Then where did this fearless courage come from? Scalpel questioned. Azrael tells him that ignorance gives Jim courage, and he is brave because he's unaware. Jay-ick is continuously attacking Jim, but he gets frustrated as none of his attacks landed on Jim. After all this dodging, Jim attacks, and it lands on Jay-ick's face. Jay-ick flies away and falls on the ground. Seeing this, Jim says that he feels a twinge of guilt, about a gram, having to use his intense power on a high school kid who can't even land a punch on the opponent in front of him. Jim is showing his rough side on the outside, but inside he is very scared, as he can guess that Jay-ick is hiding a much stronger power, and if he awakens it, a mob monster like him will be crushed in no time. Jim's inner voice tells him to run away, but due to Scalpel's magic, he is unable to do so. The subordinates of Jim get surprised to see this dominating sight of his and thinks that their Hyung has lost his true self. Jay-ick gets up and he starts to think that why can't he land any attack on his opponent? The opponent is not fast enough for him to unable to track, but the thing is that Jay-ick only sees lingering images. Jim give a nice pose and says to forget his previous self as from now on, he is a bloodthirsty super-killing machine, Jim. Seeing this, his subordinates get scared and says that the ugly face of Theer Hyung still remains the same. Jay-ick gets angry, and he says that he will never let that ugly face go. Jay-ick then says that he sees an opening. Saying this, he shoots a neon color beam. The beam goes straight towards Jim, but before hitting him, the beam curves and it just barely scratched the head of Jim. Jim's hair has gone from one side, and the beam hits the ceiling, and an explosion occurs. Jim starts to power up, and he says to Jay-ick that he is going to show his new ultimate technique. Saying this, he rushed towards Jay-ick. As Jim is running, his feet hits a small stone, and he is about to fall on the ground, but somehow B maintains his balance and charged in whirling around. Jay-ick gets shocked that he is unable to move. Jim gets closer and punched Jay-ick on his face. After that, Jim jumps on the wall, and from that high level, he flies away and kicks Jay-ick in the abdomen. The impact was so powerful that Jay-ick flies away. Seeing this, Jim's subordinates shouts and says that their Hyung has absolutely smashed it, and they also support his new chapter of their Hyung's life. Jay-ick hits a wall, and the wall gets crack on it. While whipping the blood on his face, Jay-ick asked Jim that what he has done to deserve this. Hearing this, Jim stays silent as this was all his fault. Jay-ick recovers a bit, and then he starts to search for his glasses. While he is searching at that time, he feels a pain in his eyes, and his eyes starts to glow. He looks forward and sees that his vision is blurry, but after a while his vision gets super clear. Jay-ick gets that the reason for the after image was because of his glasses weren't right, and now as his glasses are off he can see crystal clear. Scalpel and Azrael also gets the reason that why he was unable to land any hit. Azrael says that during the fight his awakening occurs, which improves his strength and eyesight. Azrael also says that if things goes on like this, the full awakening is only a matter of time. He then looks at the gauge and sees that it is very close to the red line. What? Because of the glasses. So do you think you can land a hit on me properly now? Those who can't fight always blame their tools. Jim says this while poking his nose. After that, Jim gets serious and says Jay-ick that he will finish him with his punch. Jay-ick eyes glows, and he looks at Jim with his eyes even wider, and now he can see everything. He can also see the weak points of the opponent. Jay-ick gets that Jim's full body is filled with weakness. Jim has vitamins and intelligence deficiency, he has a weak heart and a weak body, and he is a lefty. Jim rushed and punched Jay-ick. Jay-ick stops his punch with a single hand. He then gives a deadly look at Jim and tells him to stop, or else he will die. Jim gets scared as he can feel the wind of hell from Jay-ick. Jim lost his mind and starts to babble. Jay-ick cannot tolerate anymore, so he gives a nice slap to Jim. As the slap lands, Jim's nose starts to bleed, and he gets a fingerprint on his face. The slap is so powerful that Jim flies away. He hits the ceiling and breaks it, and hits a building and cracks it. He, again, hits another building and cracks it. After that, he gets on the road and rolls on the road and hits a wall and stops. He is just like a rubber ball. After all of this, he stands still on the footpath. He takes out his phone and starts to talk with his mother. He does this to ignore the attention of the public. Whoo! That was impressive. Have you finally achieved an awakening beyond human limitation? Azrael steps up and says this to Jay-ick. He then raises his hand and tells Jay-ick that if he is really in the process of awakening as an apex hybrid, he should be able to easily block an attack of this level. Saying this, he gives a deadly look at Jay-ick, with his eyes glowing blue. Jay-ick gets shocked after hearing this. Azrael then downs his hand and says, "Judgment light." After that, the sky turns bright golden. Later, a golden beam pierced the clouds and directly gets through the selling hole and hits Jay-ick. As the beam hits Jay-ick, he falls on the ground and screams in pain and says that his body is being pushed endlessly downward. Azrael then comes and stands in front of Jay-ick. He tells that the precious light of the holy light is the purest of lights, apex. Hybrid, you are half demon, and anyone who has even a bit of demon's blood flowing in them will eventually never be able to bear the weight of the holy light. Another light appears on the sky beside the golden beam. It also lands on the warehouse, beside Azrael. As the light lands, Azrael gets scared. We can see a human figure in the light as we gets closer. We can see it is none other than our cute Haniel. Haniel's hair gets white, and she seems fired up. She makes a sword out of her aura and cuts the ropes of Jay-ick's mom and dad. She then looks angrily at Scalpel and asked him that if all of this is his doing. Scalpel replies no and says that he is just a subcontractor. Jay-ick's parents land safely on the ground, and now they are relieved. After that, Azrael starts to talk. He wants to test the strength of the light, so he just touches his fingers in the light. As soon as his fingers comes in contact with the light, he quickly gets dragged into the ground. Haniel and Scalpel gets shocked as Azrael gets dragged into the ground so fast that it's like teleportation. Azrael is falling, and he uses his hands and aura to grab onto the ground, but as he gets down, he hits an underground train and gets on it. Later, as the train stops at a station, Azrael gets out and his clothes and hair are all messed up. Everyone at the station is looking at him due to his messed up looks. He finds it embarrassing, so he walks quickly. As he didn't have a train pass, so he used his swift movements and passed the station beside other person. As he passed the station, he starts to walk, but he feels that something is sucking his feet. He then looks down and sees that his feet has been gone to the ground by a mysterious blue light. He panics a bit and quickly takes his gauge meter. But as he about to look at it, he gets dragged into the ground. The gauge meter falls on the ground and opens, and we can see the meter turns red. The people at the station gets confused to see this. At that time, a boy says that if you ride for free, you're going to hell. On the other side, we can see Jay-ick as falls. He keeps his eyes closed as he is unable to do anything. After a while, he gets out from the other side of the earth. He quickly gets up and takes a fighting pose. He then looks around the surrounds and gets shocked. He couldn't believe it and thinks that as he has been dragged in the ground, so he must be in hell. He then looks at his clothes and sees that they are all covered in dirt. At that time, Jay-ick hears a voice coming from his behind. He turns around and sees that a man with dark black eyes and hair is calling his name. The man smiles at him and says that it is a coincidence that he has met Jay-ick here. He also says that he has heard that Jay-ick is an apex hybrid, but it seems he is not that smart. He then tells Jay-ick that this place is on the exact opposite side of the earth from where he came. Jay-ick then asked who is he and if he knows him. I've been desperately searching for you for a long time. I am avaying like an angel, you might say. My name is Lucifer. The man says this. While the man is saying this, Jay-ick remembers that he quickly need to go back as his mom and dad are in danger. But now Jay-ick is confused, as he didn't know how to go to his parents. At that time, Lucifer gives Jay-ick a plane ticket to Korea and says that he can come with him. Jay-ick is tired and he is sweating while walking with Lucifer. He asked him that who is he really. Lucifer didn't reply and says that they should walk fast as they are in hurry. On the other hand, around the warehouse, lots of people has gathered there because of the golden light. People starts to talk about it. Some says that this is the work of an angel. At that time, Haniel and Scalpel gets behind the gathered crowd. Haniel curses Azrael for doing this and taking a leave as she has to handle this now. Haniel starts to approach people and uses her magic of brainwashing on them. She makes everyone forget about this incident and sent them home. After cleaning up, she asked Scalpel that if he know where Jay-ick went to. Scalpel replies that everything happened so fast that he lost track. Hearing this, Haniel says that she will fly towards the source of this pillar of light, as she must get rid of it first, as said. She starts to fly towards the light's end, leaving Scalpel behind. Haniel flies at high speed, and as soon as she gets above the clouds, she gets shocked to find out that this pillar of light is coming from the home of a first-order Archangel. In the meantime, Azrael is fall towards the hell. As Azrael gets in hell, he falls on a chair. In front of him is sitting another demon named Negojom. Seeing him, Negojom laughs and says that it's quite a pitiful for an archangel of the third order to fall in hell. Azrael panics and says that they should negotiate as there might be balance control failure. Even a swift one like you seems pathetic when cornered. You should have listened when I tried to recruit you nicely. No more negotiation, especially for someone who lost their angelic status and fell into hell. Negojom tells this to Azrael. Hearing this, Azrael begs Negojom to negotiate, and if he release him, he promises to repay him. Only an angel on the brink of corruption has value. An angel who has already fallen is futile, even in hell. Negojom says this. Azrael asked Negojom to let him do a small good deed to turn the corruption gauge blue, and if he helps him, he'll give him more than 5,000 low-ranked angels. Negojom replied that he is not interested in that, and also, as he is a demon of hell, he has no intention of helping him. He also tells Azrael to just enjoy his own throne, since it's come to this. Azrael's throne and his aren't that different. The only difference is he can move, but Azrael can't. Negojom then gets up from his throne and tells Azrael to just sit tight and watch TV for about 1,000,000 years. He will let him watch whatever he wants. Azrael gets depressed and starts to watch the TV. On the other side, Jay-ick and Lucifer gets onto the plane. Jay-ick thanks Lucifer for buying him new clothes. Lucifer tells Jay-ick that this French school uniform suits him well. As Lucifer is about to introduce him again at that time, Jay-ick gets excited, seeing the plane fly. After that, Lucifer feels hungry, so he calls the air hostess to bring to ramen noodles for them. The hostess bring the ramens and give them. The ramen looks so delicious that Jay-ick starts to eat without saying anything. While Jay-ick is eating, Lucifer tells him that he may not realize the extent of what he possesses. He also tells Jay-ick not to let satisfaction stop him and desire more, yearn for more. He will plant the seed of desire in him, and he will make his desires burn hotter. In hell, Azrael is already bored because there's nothing to do there. He can't believe that he is falling into corruption in such a pathetic manner like this. If he spends too much time here, he'll lose any means to raise his corruption gauge, and if that happens, he might even lose his status as an angel. He wishes to find a way to solve this, and then he decides to check out the human realm channel. He sees Jay-ick and thinks that if he helps Jay-ick, he will be able to refill his gauge quickly, but currently, Jay-ick is sitting with a person who seems quite familiar. Who is that sitting next to him? Do I know him? He wonders. The person sitting next to Jay-ick introduces herself as Lucifer, who has neither any affiliation nor rank. Jay-ick asks whether she is famous. Lucifer replies that she is somewhat. She says that she has been waiting for Jay-ick, and now that she has finally met him, what truly matters is that they're here together. She says that as the one destined to be an apex hybrid, she will bestow upon him a spear and a shield. Your gifting items, Jay-ick questions. Lucifer answers that it's not like that. It's actually more than that. She intends to give everything she possesses to Jay-ick. She then raises her hand to get more chocolates for Jay-ick. Jay-ick says that he doesn't understand why she is being so kind to him, but he tells her to stop doing that because he has already rejected the fate of the apex hybrid. Moreover, Haniel has been treating him well. Lucifer asks by saying Haniel whether he is referring to the guardian angel Haniel. She adds that a guardian angel can do nothing rather than protecting you. Lucifer says that she respects Jay-ick's choices, what he wishes to do, who he wishes to be with. Everything depends on his decision, and she is here to assist him in reaching it. Additionally, she will bestow him with a powerful desire to achieve everything he wishes for. She tells him that what he wants to do with that desire, he can decide it later. She again tells him to yearn more and crave more. In hell, Azrael was watching all of it. Jesus! Did I see that right? Lucifer is sitting next to Jay-ick and is trying to sway him right now, he thinks. This is getting dangerous, and it seems like Jay-ick has already halfway succumbed to Lucifer's temptation. This is really teetering Azrael on the edge. In the human realm, Haniel notices the origin of the light. She politely knocks the aircraft. Ah, an angel? How did she know I was here? A girl sitting inside the aircraft asks. Haniel requests her to switch off the light. The girl says that she literally can't believe this as she was so focused on other things that she completely forgot. She was wondering how a low-ranking angel could find this place. Haniel says that she knows her. She introduces her as the First Order Archangel named Mika. Mika says that it's been a while since she has been addressed by that title. To refer to her as an Archangel, a retired angel, secluding within this secular realm is not good. So she permits Haniel to just call her Lady Mika, as she is not really assigned any official duties. Could it be that Mika is also looking for the apex hybrid? Haniel asks while worrying. Mika again tells Haniel to call her Lady Mika and asks by apex hybrid whether she is referring to that entity from the legends. Mika says that she might have been interested if it were about unicorns or dragons, but she really doesn't put much stock into such fairy tales. Then why did you pass the judgment of light? Haniel questions. Mika answers that it's a pact that when a higher angel requests assistance from below, they provide unconditional supportive fire. So, Mika isn't interested in Jay-ick. Haniel again asks for reassurance. Mika answers that she neither knows who Jay-ick is, nor does she have any sort of interest in him, because her only focus is to find a particular person who is the embodiment of evil, and whom she must obliterate. Haniel asks whether Mika is using that scope attached in her aircraft to find that person. Yes, are you interested? Would you like to take a look? Mika asks. Finally, Haniel got to see the legendary scope that can supposedly find anyone. Misha says that while she doesn't believe in legends, she still has a liking for legendary items, and if they're on the surface, she can find anyone. Then, could you find my friend Jay-ick? Haniel requests. Misha asks whether he is a human. Haniel replies that he is human, who disappeared after getting hit by the light of judgment. Misha gets shocked while wondering how a human can be alive after that. She says that if a human was hit by the judgment of light, they would have been long dead by completely disintegrating into dust. Haniel replies that the attack might be potent, but it's still not enough to turn Jay-ick into dust. Huh? Then what kind of human is he? Misha asks. She says that if Jay-ick is that resilient, then maybe she could be a little interested. Haniel doesn't like the idea of that. At the emergency medical center, a group of gangsters has come to visit Ushi Jim, who is currently hospitalized. The gang leader barges into the room to see Ushi Jim, who he regards as his big brother. The nurse tells him that the patient needs absolute rest. He goes near Ushi and asks what the hell happened to him to make him completely incapacitated. Tell me! What was his condition when he was admitted to the emergency room? He shouts at the nurse. The nurse replies that Ushi used a taxi and walked into the hospital on his own. He informs that the patient has opted for our hospital's top-tier absolute rest package. That isn't an oxygen mask, it's aromatherapy sleep gas. The package also includes 3 organic meals a day and lullaby services. He tells them not to disturb the patient because if the patient wakes up, he won't be able to sleep tonight. The gang leader cries as he recalls that Ushi Jim has always been his mental pillar, but now he's in a vegetable state. The nurse intervenes, saying that he is not a vegetable, though. The gang leader says that the reason he could level up as a nation-level gangster was because his brother Ushi Jim had a big influence on him. Because of Ushi Jim, the leader of the nation Double Dragon was arrested accusing him of assault and murder. After cleaning up the last Double Dragon gang, they finally conquered the nation, and he couldn't have achieved this without his brother's self-sacrifice. That's the kind of person Ushi Jim was, a kind person who knows nothing but self-inflicted threats. In the past, Ushi Jim was a cool person according to them, and they vow to help him whenever he needs it. The gang leader says that Ushi Jim is a man who has lived his entire life through self-harm blackmailing. There's no way he could be in this state just from a few punches. So, National Charismatic Explosion Gank Number 1, Hanma Bak orders the others to find the culprit as they must avenge their beloved brother. From the aircraft, Misha and Haniel located Ushi Jim. Misha asks whether he is the friend whom Haniel is looking for. Haniel replies, saying no. You said you were the guardian angel of your friend named Jay-ick? Why are you trying so hard to find him when the human didn't even make a request first? Misha questions. Haniel replies that she chose to be a guardian angel as part of his heavenly duty. But Jay-ick is defenselessly exposed among those filled with excessive desires. And if not for her, there's no other angel to protect Jay-ick. Misha located Scalpel and asks whether he is the one. Haniel replies that this person is just a demon, not Jay-ick. Misha thinks deeply and concludes that if Jay-ick was hit by the judgment of light, which could even penetrate the earth, and if he didn't perish, then he likely ended up on the opposite side of the earth, maybe somewhere in France. So she decides to move above France in order to look for him. She starts finding to the most likely place possible. Suddenly, the mood around them changes and becomes serious as Mika tells Haniel not to let her personal emotions darken her judgment because guardian angels sometimes forget their duties and become too involved with humans. She advises Haniel that whenever this kind of situation arises, she must remember that she is a heavenly apostle, and it's her duty to pursue objective justice. Misha then finds Jay-ick in a place. She says it was hard to find him because the plane was floating above the sea. Additionally, she says that it's a lucky day for Haniel to find his friend this quickly. But then, she starts sweating. Why is the one I've been looking for sitting next to him? Misha asks. She says that she has finally found Lucifer. She starts to transform as she says that in the name of Archangel Michael, she declares right here and right now that she will execute Lucifer and obliterate her soul. At that time, Azrael's corruption gauge with wings falls into Scalpel's hands. What's this? Scalpel thinks. Then, suddenly, he hears the voice of Azrael. Scalpel says that he thought Azrael had gone diving. Azrael replies that he has descended somewhere even deeper than that, a place where even the voices of heaven can't reach. Luckily, he left his corruption gauge behind. But he didn't know it had a communication function. He tells Scalpel to listen carefully. He says that he was on a heaven mission to bring Jay-ick in, but he ended up crossing a dangerous line and fell into hell instead. Scalpel says that it's good news because he was planning to send Azrael to hell himself, but Azrael got there on his own. How does it feel to fall into hell, a paradise of underfloor heating with a fully functioning lava boiler? Scalpel asks. Azrael replies that his body feels so hot it's driving him nuts. And the problem is what comes next, because Jay-ick, who went to the opposite side of the earth, has met Lucifer, who is a boy. Lucifer? Jay-ick met him? My favorite idol? Did Jay-ick really? Scalpel asks rapidly. Azrael replies that the important part is what happens next, because the operator whose support he requested was Michael. In short, Misha, the First Order Archangel. Michael? That ruthless, scary, terrifying person? Scalpel questions. Azrael again replies that the important part comes next, and it's that Michael has found Lucifer. Scalpel gets frustrated as he asks Azrael, why does the important always come next? And Michael meeting Lucifer, how is this even relevant? Azrael shares that a very long time ago, when he was still a First Order Archangel, he met Michael once. He greeted Michael while eating. Misha told him that his future is quite unclear because she smells the stench of a bat standing on the boundary of good and evil. She said that there was also an angel who kept doing the same as Azrael, and that fallen angel will have to hide from her forever, because the day he catches her eye, he will cease to exist. She told Azrael not to forget that she is watching his corruption gauge too. She said a particular line that her justice knows no exceptions. In simple terms, it means if you mess up and I catch sight of you, you're dead. Azrael says that he has never been so scared in his life until then, and the person whom Michael was looking for is none other than Lucifer. Michael always searched for Lucifer. What happens if the moment comes when she finds Lucifer? Azrael asks. He answers that it will mark the beginning of an inevitable war. Michael throws her spear at the aeroplane. Lucifer senses the spear coming and moves the plane to the right. The attendant apologizes for the inconvenience due to the turbulent flight caused by the change in air currents. Lucifer realizes that he might have exposed himself for too long. Michael is preparing for another attack. And at that moment, Haniel stands in front of her. Michael, you have to consider the passengers on the plane. Isn't protecting innocent people also an angel's duty? She asks. Michael replies that the minor casualties that occurred during the implementation of justice are unavoidable, and if one can eliminate one evil and help even more innocent people, that is what justice is, in her opinion. Michael tells Haniel that she is being too lenient with humans, and it is the duty of angels to never be swayed by personal feelings. She says that this is her personal revenge. So Haniel must never try to stop her, or else she will face the consequences. What's the problem if the two of them fight? Scalpel asks. Azrael replies that Michael's spear is such a powerful weapon that the moment the spear hits the ground, a massive explosion will occur, the so-called mini-Armageddon. It will result in the horrific destruction of 35% of all life on Earth. When all the dinosaurs on Earth became extinct 66 million years ago, it was because Lucifer avoided Michael's spear. Were they fighting even then? However, wouldn't it be a good thing for me if humanity goes extinct? Scalpel asks while laughing. He says that it would be a great opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Azrael says that because of his increasingly demonic nature, he momentarily forgot that he was talking with an actual demon. Scalpel asks, why is it called Mini Armageddon? Azrael replies that it's because it will only destroy 35% of all life on Earth. Oh, that's a bit disappointing. Isn't there a way to achieve 100% extinction? Scalpel asks while giving a devil's smile. He says that if he could increase the population of Hell that much, and even recruit the Apex hybrid, the forces of Hell would become invincible, and he would be promoted to the ranks of first-class demon in no time. Azrael says that as a former Archangel, he will leak the secrets of heaven a little. If Scalpel helps him, he will tell Scalpel the exact moment when the true Armageddon will occur. He explains that the moment Michael's spear touches the ground, a massive explosion will occur. The corruption gauge can measure the probability of the explosion occurring. He tells Scalpel to check the risk level and intervene in the fight between Lucifer and Michael, as he must prevent Michael's spear from hitting the ground at all costs. Scalpel agrees by saying that it's a lot of work, but he'll do it for the information. He will sacrifice the mini Armageddon for true Armageddon. Michael again throws her spear at the plane in order to call out Lucifer. The attendant announces that, due to changes in air currents, in-flight meal service will be temporarily suspended. Lucifer tells Jay-ick to just wait a little longer for his food, and it seems like he has a visitor outside. Michael opens the aeroplane's door and barges in. An air hostess tells her that she cannot enter the cabin without permission. "Lucifer, come out," she shouts. Lucifer comes out and says that it's been a long time since they last met, and judging by her healthy complexion, it seems she is doing well. Without lingering, she cuts Lucifer into half. She says that greetings are a waste of time. Lucifer disappears into dust. Lucifer says that things will not go as Michael wants because he even prepared a farewell greeting this time around. The fact that I can exist anywhere as dust. You know, don't you? He asks. Michael tells Lucifer that he must also know that the moment he catches sight of her, that will be his last moment by swinging her spear. Lucifer, using this dust powers, lures Michael outside the aeroplane. He uses the dust around him to make wings to help him fly. He says that he thought he had been living well without getting caught. Scalpel, on the other hand, is flying while trying to get closer to the fight scene. He suddenly notices that the danger level has spiked to 79%. He wonders why it spiked so suddenly, but then he again notices that the danger level has reached 85%. It was happening because one of Michael's spears is about to hit the ground, but in the nick of time, Haniel rushes forward and stops it. Thus, the danger level decreases to 50%. Michael again shouts by saying Lucifer's name as she charges towards him. In the meantime, Jay-ick raises his hand and calls the air hostess to ask about his food. She replies that due to the disturbance caused by a certain passenger, they've had to suspend the in-flight meal service for safety reasons. At the same time, Michael and Lucifer are fighting head-to-head. "Can't we just make peace?" Lucifer asks. Michael tells him to be silent because she'd chase him to the ends of the universe just to bring him down. "Oh my! Have I done something so terrible?" Lucifer questions. Suddenly, Jay-ick appears and tells both of them to stop as, because of their fighting, his ramyon isn't coming. Michael turns around and gets astonished that a human, a mere mortal, can stand in mid-air without wings. "How is this possible?" she asks. Jay-ick, while standing mid-air, tells them that they're supposed to sit down and fasten their seatbelt because of their disturbance on the plane. "What are adults like you doing, behaving like that in the plane?" he asks. Misha compliments Jay-ick for having such abilities, which are too great for a mere mortal. Lucifer replies that it's because Jay-ick is an Apex hybrid. Micha replies that only archangels or higher ranks can fly high in the sky without wings. Jay-ick asks them why they're always saying something about flying, because at that moment he actually didn't realize that he was flying yet. He notices that he currently can't feel the floor of the plane. He looks down and sees that he is standing in the sky and starts to lose consciousness. Micha states that even if Jay-ick is an apex hybrid, he has still not matured yet. After seeing Jay-ick, for a moment Micha forgot that she was fighting Lucifer. She again swings her sword at him. Lucifer dodges and tells Mika that he must save a friend who is currently falling. "Friend? You mean to say you have a friend?" she asks. Lucifer replies that this friend is bound to follow him and will eventually grow to like him. He says that they're going to become best friends soon. Moreover, in his opinion, Jay-ick will admire him and be drawn to his charm, yearning for more. Michael replies that no one will ever admire a person like Lucifer. "Shall we make a bet then?" Lucifer asks. Michael gets angrily and tells him to be silent, because she will pierce that deceitful tongue of his. In the meantime, as Jay-ick was falling from the sky, Haniel comes flying in full speed and rescues him. She catches Jay-ick with one hand while holding Michael's spear on the other. She tells Jay-ick to come to his senses. Jay-ick calls her name, but he is still feeling dizzy. On the contrary, Michael releases another spear at Lucifer, which cuts through his right shoulder, and the spear, after piercing Lucifer's right side, suddenly gets blasted with lightning. Lucifer quickly flies away from the danger and gets behind Michael. Lucifer, while recovering his body, says that he'd rather not have his tongue pierced, so it's indeed a wise choice to keep his distance from her. At that moment, Haniel appears in front of Lady Michael and tells her that her carelessness when throwing the spear could have caused serious harm to innocent humans. Haniel leaves Jay-ick on the cloud while advising him to pull himself together and tells him to stay still. "Are we standing on the ground?" Jay-ick asks. Haniel replies that it's not the ground, but as they are above the cloud, the lack of visibility below him will give him a sense of psychological stability. So he must be able to stand still. Jay-ick replies that it's expected from an angel to come up with an awesome solution this quickly. Haniel goes near Michael to give her spear back. However, Haniel implores her to cease this reckless fighting. Michael finally gets her spear back. She says that now that she has justice in her grasp, she'll make sure to pierce Lucifer through and through. Lucifer tells her to go easy on him, considering their past, as they were allies once. Lucifer asks whether she has forgotten about their sweet past. Michael replies that if Lucifer goes on and on like this, she will actually pierce his tongue for real. She explains that she is doing this precisely because they were friends once, and a close one at that. "What? The two of them were close at one point?" Jay-ick asks from behind. Michael replies that originally all enmity begins from times of friendship. In the past, when Michael was hunting and killing monsters regarded as titans with Lucifer. It was Lucifer's first day of hunting. Lucifer was mesmerized, amazed, and impressed at the same time by seeing Michael's attack power, because at that time even Lucifer's blade couldn't penetrate the skin of a titan. It was his first day, and he aimed that one day he would annihilate all the monsters, but he was unsure when that day would come. He dealt the final blow on the titan. After killing the titan, he came right back at Michael to tell her that from today onwards, he will strive to learn from someone like her as his mentor. Lucifer said that Michael always wears her uniform with dignity, and she is a role model worth following. So one day he hoped to become an archangel just like Michael because he really admired her. Misha replies that of all the angels she has seen recently, Lucifer is definitely the most ambitious one. The path to becoming a high-ranking angel is quite straightforward. So she told him to just perform more acts of righteousness than anyone else. "How do you enact justice?" he asked. Michael replied that enacting justice is all about delivering judgment to those deemed most evil among the wicked, and there's no quicker way to advance in rank. Lucifer asks whether there is any need for something like honor points. Michael answered that it's all about the achievements. The key is to vanquish greater and mightier evils every time. She told him not to worry about the hardships as she'll be there to assist him, because she highly regarded his passion for justice. When they were together, they fought and killed countless monsters and maintained a good relationship. Then, things started to change as they stumbled across the blue dragon which Michael always wanted to catch. Catching the blue dragon will help both of them to increase their ranks. They both thanked each other for their support and promised to never forget these happy moments which they shared together. It also included the memory of them landing the finishing blow together. Wait a minute. Were you two actually closer in the past than I realized? Jay-ick asks while making a shocking face. Michael shouts by saying that they were not close. It was nothing more than a vile deception. Lucifer agrees that he may have acted like he was at the lower-level angel to make things easier for him, but he says that the time they spent together was neither a scam nor deception. Michael shouts at Lucifer while telling him to remember the time when they took down the ultimate blue dragon when she asked Lucifer whether he could feel his rank rising. It was really a shocking moment for Michael to hear Lucifer saying that he can feel it, the feeling of a profound sense of liberation deep within him. Lucifer was talking about that kind of liberation which Michael never ever expected from Lucifer. Bound by the heavenly seals, Lucifer sensed his true liberation being unleashed. He thanked Michael because of her, his seal, which was enchanted by the blue dragon, has finally been broken, and he doubted whether he could ever defeat it alone. Thanks to her, he can now leave to seek the ultimate freedom that is beyond angels and devils. Lastly, he turned his back on Michael and told her that when she returns to the heaven, she must tell them that he, Lucifer, has finally chosen the path of a freelancer who is no longer bounded by any chains. At present, Michael again throws her spear at Lucifer, which pierces his body from the middle. Lucifer says that fighting while talking about the past makes him hesitate and uncomfortable to attack. Moreover, he knows how the story goes, but he still wanted to hear it again. The spear again goes to fall on the ground. In the meantime, Scalpel notices that the danger gauge has sparked again, and if this keeps up, it might trigger a mini Armageddon. So he speeds up in order to stop that. In the past, when Michael was in confinement, she remembered how that deception felt. A deception and a humiliation which was aimed at her. Her self-esteem had fallen to depths deeper than hell, and her mind was left with nothing but ruins. Yet after a period of aimlessness, she came to a decision. She made a promise to herself that she will find Lucifer and kill him. At present, Jay-ick asked Michael whether she is fighting this intensely just because her ego was bruised by a once close comrade. Haniel tells Jay-ick not to be reckless because it's not worth mentioning. Michael, while spreading her wings even wider, conveys that there are things that humans cannot understand like pride and honor, which are virtually everything to an archangel. These words make Jay-ick even angry. He says that an archangel shouldn't go this far and take such length over something so insignificant as an ego. Haniel holds Jay-ick's arm and tells him that he shouldn't step any further as it will be dangerous. Jay-ick makes a run towards the fight, saying that he can't tolerate this anymore. Haniel shouts at Jay-ick, telling him that he mustn't succumb to anger. Jay-ick runs in full speed, but he notices that he can't stop his legs by his own will now. Michael and Lucifer are fighting, and Jay-ick passed right through them, climbing up to the sky. Haniel gets confused by thinking whether Jay-ick wants to stop the fight or make them fight more. Jay-ick can't control his strength, and he can't even control his speed. It was so fast that he reached the outer edge of the atmosphere in mere moments. On Earth, Michael's spear is about to hit the ground again, but Scalpel catches it in the nick of time. He says that if he wasn't here, the mini-Armageddon was nearly about to happen. He then rushes to the fighting area and recognizes Lucifer just by seeing his back. He says that even at a fleeting glance, he can tell who it is, because Lucifer is his favorite idol, the one who has always been the source of his obsession. Someday he vowed to become a demon like Lucifer. He has made this promise again and again. He can't control his saliva when he is standing beside his idol. He tells Lucifer to take him in. "What do you mean?" Lucifer asks. Scalpel then gives Michael's spear of justice to Lucifer. He says that he never thought he would meet his idol like that, and as a fan, he feels truly blessed. He says that he is a fan who even attended Lucifer's concerts, but as a fan, he doesn't have much to offer to Lucifer. So he tells Lucifer to accept this spear while asking for his autograph. Lucifer smiles as he says that this is the most meaningful gift that he has received and asks Scalpel for his name. Scalpel happily introduces himself while blushing as he stands like a soldier who is greeting his general commander. In outer space, Jay-ick finally regains control over his body. He thinks that sound can't travel in the vacuum of space, so he tries to use it to his advantage as he flies towards Earth in full speed by his own will. Michael tells Lucifer that it's quite daring of him to use justice by his own hand. Lucifer says that if she ceases her attacks now, he will not retaliate any further. "Do you believe yourself worthy to wield justice?" Michael asks while screaming. Lucifer replies that true justice lies in the actions of the one who holds it, be it his hand or another's, as he swings the spear at Michael. Misha dodges it, and both of them make some distance around them. Michael charges forward first, with her sword to attack Lucifer, but Lucifer blocks it with the spear, also known as the Justice. Michael taunts Lucifer by saying that he should probably put down the spear if he can't handle it properly. Lucifer replies that he can quickly improve his proficiency if needed. Michael then rotates her sword as fast as possible, which makes Lucifer to retreat backwards. Lucifer says that he is willing to put the spear down if Michael wants him to. Michael replies that it's too late for that, and Lucifer needs to die before doing that. At that moment, Jay-ick comes back, while shouting that he has mastered how to levitate. He tells them to stop fighting. Meanwhile, Lucifer tells Michael that he will return her spear, justice, in his own way. "How does it feel to be struck down by your own spear?" he asks as he throws the justice towards Michael. Michael states that justice is not something for the likes of him to shout about recklessly, as she dodges the attack, which eventually hits Jay-ick. Jay-ick loses his consciousness as he gets a critical hit from the justice and starts falling towards the ground. Haniel notices it and flies in order to catch Jay-ick, but at that time she notices that Scalpel is also flying towards Jay-ick. Scalpel tells himself that he mustn't let the spear hit the ground and he must stop it at any cost. Haniel wonders why is Scalpel doing that. Scalpel catches the spear and he wishes to return it to Lucifer again, but then he realizes that the tip of the spear has disappeared. Haniel passes through Scalpel at full speed while saying that she figures that it doesn't make sense for Scalpel to help Jay-ick so proactively. Meanwhile, Michael realizes that she can't sense her justice anymore, and Haniel is the only one who can save Jay-ick now. Haniel flies towards Jay-ick and says that this is the most important job she has ever been entrusted with, to protect Jay-ick and to ensure he doesn't get hurt. Haniel dives faster and says that she would be unworthy of being a guardian if she is unable to protect Jay-ick. Haniel gets beneath Jay-ick and stops saying that she will save him no matter what it takes. Jay-ick then falls directly towards Haniel. She catches Jay-ick safely and looks at his stomach where the spear hits. She gets shocked to see that the spear tip is nowhere to be seen, and the wound is already healed. Michael and Lucifer sees this from high up in the sky. Michael says that the reason the spear tip is gone is because Jay-ick has absorbed it into his body. On the other hand, we can see Azrael is shouting Scalpel's name, and there was no response, so he gets nervous. As if a catastrophe like the mini-Armageddon were to occur because of his negligence, he might be cast down into an even deeper abyss as punishment. While he is thinking this, his hands binding gets broken, and after that the chair bursts, and it throws Azrael on the ground. Azrael is utterly in shock due to the unexpected release of the bindings. Azrael also feels that the power of judgment has weakened. Later, an explosive occurs in the lava, and a huge beam of lava erupted. From that lava, a demon appears and shouts that the chains of hell has loosened. Azrael is scared to see all this. The demon gets up and says that the power of Michael, who had condemned them, has weakened. The demon also says that even though he has not yielded throughout the years of suffering, he never expected to be released so suddenly. This demon is the great demon of prophecy, the unrepentant long-timer, the great king Angelom. Angelom then takes his feet from the lava and steps on the place where Azrael is sitting. Azrael sees this coming, so he quickly jumps aside to avoid being smashed. "Arise, all who have been judged! Prove that you were not wrong," Angelom shouts. Azrael is about to fall on the lava, but he somehow grabs the rock and climbs it up. Due to Angelom's calling, tiny demons get out of the lava. Angelom then points his finger towards the exit and shouts, "To those who recklessly swung the sword of judgment without evidence, unleash your deep-seated vengeance." He tells this to the lower demons, and that gets hyped up and jumps towards the exit. On the outside, Michael is about to attack Lucifer. But Lucifer is not willing to continue the fight, so he tells Michael to wait. But Michael didn't listen to him and launched her attack. Lucifer dodges the attack and tells her to look behind. Michael looks behind and shouts, Titan! Why is that giant here?" The Titan looks at them angrily and tells that he is here because both of them are his archenemies. Seeing the Titan, Lucifer starts to talk about the day when humanity witnessed the fear of being dominated by the Titans. Michael gets behind Lucifer and says that what he is suddenly talking about. Lucifer blushes and tells that he can't help but monologue when he sees a Titan. The giant makes it move and throws a punch at them. The both of them dodges the punch. As Lucifer dodges the punch, he tells the giant that why is he attacking him as they used to, allies in the same evil faction. While Lucifer is saying this at that time, a huge fire hits him. But Lucifer turns into ash to avoid being executed. Lucifer falls back and reassembles beside Michael and asked, "What in the world is happening as the blue dragon has been freed as well?" It appears that the absolute evils that were judged have risen in revolt, exploiting the weakened state of justice, Michael replies. Hearing this, Lucifer asked that if everyone who was judged been set free. Michael replied, "No," and says that it seems only those whom he and she had judged have been released. In the meantime, the lower demons, along with Angelom, has get on the surface. Angelom stands on the ground and tells his guys to run rampant, as this is their tour to pass on judgment. Azrael also comes out of the hole and tells Scalpel that Angelmo once sought to trigger the true Armageddon, but was sealed away when his conspiracy was exposed by the prophecies. Scalpel gets shocked to hear this and tells Azrael to wait, as this is his role. In the meantime, the Titan continues his attacks on Lucifer, but Lucifer avoids all of them. Scalpel then gets closer to Lucifer and tells him that a being named Angelmo has brought all the damned souls of hell to the surface. Lucifer gets worried and asked Michael that if they also had judged Angelom. Not exactly, but it seems he's taken advantage of the current situation to bring with him others who were judged for different reasons. Michael replies. The Titan rises his hand high up in the sky and grabs all the clouds and makes a tight fist and punched Lucifer. Lucifer turns to ash and dodges it. The punch fells on the mountain and the mountain turns into dust. Michael, even if you plan to punish me later, let's form an alliance for now. Although it's just the two of us, if we combine our strengths like old times, we can defeat them. Lucifer falls back and tells this to Michael. Michael agrees to hold on his judgment, but she didn't agree to team up with an evil. After that, Michael steps on the Titan's arm and starts to move towards its head. Michael gets serious and she uses her powers and quickly flies to the back of the Titan and make a cut on his neck. The Titan's neck starts to bleed and he shouts it pain. As Michael is fighting the Titan, so Lucifer decides to take care of the blue dragon. In the ground, Haniel is holding Jay-ick in her arms, and Golmo and his army is rushing towards them. Haniel sees them and gets worried as Jay-ick is currently unconscious. So Haniel tries to wake him up, but Jay-ick is making weird faces and his face starts to sweat a lot. It seems like Jay-ick is having a dream. In the dream, someone is calling him and says, "Him baby." Jay-ick asked who it is and says that he is no baby. Though he is still a minor, he is of age to obtain a scooter license. After that, we can says in the dark, a lady appears with her head wrapped around in white cloth. The lady reach out her hand towards Jay-ick and says that, by a stroke of serendipity, she has finally gotten the chance to meet him. Jay-ick gets shocked, and he asked her if by any chance she is her real mom. As Jay-ick asks the question, he sees that a bright blue light come towards him from above, and he also hears that someone is chanting spicy pork. Hearing the word spicy pork, Jay-ick also starts to think about that. And while saying spicy pork, he opens his eyes and gets up and screams spicy pork. Seeing this, Haniel thanks the heavens that her magic worked on Jay-ick. "Do you know who I saw in my dream?" Jay-ick asked. Haniel replies that she know, but now's not the time for that. She then points towards the running demons and tells Jay-ick that they are coming for them. Angolmo and his subordinates are running at full speed, and they have the strong determination for taking their vengeance. Seeing this demons, Jay-ick asked Haniel that if they should take them down. Jay-ick, don't judge them by appearances. We have no business fighting those beings. They might just be victims of justice, for all we know. Haniel says this to Jay-ick. After hearing the word justice, Jay-ick's chest glow up, Jay-ick's hair turns full black, and due to his power, his shirt gets shredded into pieces. And now Jay-ick can feel the burning urge inside him to pass down a judgment on this demons. On the other hand, the giant slangs Michael and tries to grab her. Michael floats in front of the giant and says that she holds no personal grudges against him. But however, she has to pass down the judgment as once absolute evil, always absolute evil. The giant says that his resentment overflows, and if be catch, he will tear her apart. After that, Michael makes her move, and with a single slash, she cuts the arm of the Titan in half, and she says that if she is to be broken to pieces, she might as well accept her fate. On the other side, the blue dragon and Lucifer is facing of each other. The dragon tells Lucifer that he will make him pay for what he has done to him. Lucifer hold back and asked the dragon that why is he only attacking him as Michael was also there with him. The dragon stays silent and starts to build up his breathe. After some time, the dragon throws a huge fireball at Lucifer. The fire surrounds Lucifer, but again he uses his ash magic and gets out of there. On the ground, Angolmo is running and shouting to motivate his subordinates, but after a while he gets tired and stops to take some fresh air. As he was resting of a long time in hell, his stamina has dropped. As he is resting, he feels that a rat is tailing him. It is Azrael that is rushing towards him to attack. Angolmo notices it as dodges the attack. He then kicks Azrael and Azrael flies away. In the mid-air, Azrael gets his angel powers back, and he spreads his blue wings and floats in the air. He then takes out his pistol and points it at Angolom and says that, as an angel, his duty is to pushing the rampaging demon. Saying this, he shoots at Angolmo. Angolom blocks the bullets with his arms and tells Azrael that There's no reason for the both of them to fight, and he see no reason to be labeled a criminal either. Azrael lands on the ground, and while pointing the gun at Angolom, he says that escaping the hell is a sin. And as an angel, he has witnessed the escape, so now he can't ignore this. Hearing this, Angolmo says that if Azrael have been following him for that long and witnessed the escape, then it means he have escaped from the prison too. So Nangolom won't accept being the only one branded a criminal just because of their positions as angels and demons. Isn't it inevitable? Since it was the fundamental difference between angels and demons, Azrael loads his gun and says this. He then gives a deadly look at Angolmo. After that, as Azrael fires his gun, the ground beneath Angolmo starts to shake and the ground opens, leading the way to hell. Some red-black ropes-like thing comes out of there and warps around Angolom and drags him into the pits of hell. On Jay-ick's side, he rushed towards the lowly demons and with his newly awakened justice powers. He gets there and starts to punch the demons. From his one punch, the demons flies away and dies instantly. Haniel is seeing this from behind, and she feels a bit sad. Jay-ick is killing the demons merciless, as Haniel is unable to see this inhuman side of Jay-ick, so she tells him to stop. She also tells Jay-ick that the reason he is acting like this is because of the spear shroud, which is embedded in him. Jay-ick stops for a bit and looks at his hand and tells Haniel that if he don't strike those vile-looking ones, he get this unbearable itch all over. Haniel tells him that the curse of Michael has been stuck on him. In the meantime, the demons surrounded Jay-ick. Jay-ick then uses a blust and kills the demons that surrounds him. Now, as all the demons are gone, Jay-ick clams down and he feels slightly better. Haniel comes towards him and tells him to try to endure it. Jay-ick tells Haniel that he hears a voice like a Bluetooth earphone from the space between his esophagus and diaphragm saying he must carry out justice. Haniel understands this. She then tells him to clam down while she finds a way to extract that shroud out of him. While all of this is occurring, Lucifer tries his best to run away from the Blue Dragon's attacks. He gets on the ground and starts to run, following him. The dragon also gets down and tries to smash him with his claws, but Lucifer saves himself by turning into ash. Lucifer reassembles in front of the dragon's mouth and tells him that he is disappointed in him as considering the weight class and the proportion of attacks isn't using his breath on him. The underdog, a bit of an overkill. The dragon gives a serious look and says that the weight of the name Lucifer is not that light to be called an underdog, and Lucifer is concealing his strength, as he is not one to dodge without countering his attacks. Lucifer gets shy and tells the dragon that that's long story and he hasn't recovered his full strength yet. Now the dragon again prepares to attack as he wants to put an end to Lucifer's life. As the dragon is about to attack at that time, Jay-ick comes and punched at the head of the dragon. The punch was so powerful that the dragon falls on the ground. Jay-ick then tells the dragon that oppressing the weak is not just, and as someone who embodies justice, he cannot stand such injustice. Is ambushing now suddenly a just action? The dragon asked. Jay-ick replies that helping a friend who has once shown you kindness can also be considered justice. Hearing this, Lucifer holds Jay-ick's hand and thanks him for not forgetting him. Seeing Lucifer, Jay-ick gets angry and shouts that Lucifer is an absolute evil. He then grabs Lucifer's hand tightly and pulls him towards him and throws a couple of punches. Due to Lucifer's ability, he gets out of there unscratched. He gets behind Jay-ick and tells him that they agreed to be friends, and now attacking a friend like this tarnishes all the moments they have shared together. Jay-ick gets furious and he turns around and throws a punch with all of his strength. As the attack is about to land on Lucifer at that time, Scalpel gets there and pulls Lucifer out of there. In the meantime, the dragon recovers and he gets up as Jay-ick is showing his back to his enemy. The dragon tells Jay-ick that this is just an invitation for a sneak attack. Hearing this, Jay-ick turns his head and looks at the dragon angrily. Michael then rushed towards the giant, as the giant tries to punch her. She avoids it and climbs on his hand and moves towards the neck and says that only immediate judgment awaits him. Michael swings her sword and cuts off the giant's hand, and later she moves towards the leg and also cuts it down. The giant has lost both of his hand and one leg, but still he stands firmly and tells Michael that she is as merciless as always. The giant also asked Michael that if she thought that cutting off his hands will stop him. Michael points towards the cut of hand and says that she knows that it will grow back eventually. After that, we can see that from the cut of part and very small hand spouts. Michael then jumps and gets above the head of the giant. She then strikes the head of the giant. The attack was so powerful that the ground beneath the giant breaks, and he falls in the crack. Now, as the giant is gone, Michael looks at the blue dragon, as she will have to deal with it next. As she looks at the blue dragon, she sees that Jay-ick is standing in front of the dragon, showing his back, and the dragon is attacking with its flame breath. The flame covers Jay-ick, but he didn't budge a bit. The flames didn't harm him at all. His body seems to absorb the flames. His hair turns flamey, which looks to damn cool. Haniel gets worried and rushed towards Jay-ick. As she is going, she is stopped by Michael. Michael asked her that, what is she so worried about, as her friend is the apex hybrid and he really has the talent of increasing his awakening levels in an instant. As the flame covers Jay-ick, he gets his reawakening. The dragon gets scared to see this scenery. As the awakening is complete, Jay-ick gets angry and he rushed to attack the dragon. He punched the dragon right on the head, and the dragon's head gets slammed on the ground hard. The dragon head gets a huge bump on where Jay-ick's punch landed. After dealing with the dragon, Jay-ick says that he didn't need the justice within him anymore, so he pierced his chest and takes the spearhead out. He then gives it to Michael, and she tells Jay-ick that why didn't he extract the spearhead from his body, as it would help him change, and it also has immense power. As Michael holds the spearhead, it turns into a full-fledged spear. She then reads the memories of the spear after reading that she looks at Jay-ick and asked him if he is the son of Seraphim. She also tells that she have met Seraphim before, and it seems like when justice entered Jay-ick's body and the demons were released from hell, his mother was also released at the same time. She then starts to tell them about the past when she met Seraphim. This is the incident when Seraphim is pregnant and she has been dismissed from her Archangel rank. Michael says that though they never fought together, as Archangels, their paths crossed often. When Seraphim had a child, she had to endure many trials and hardships. Everybody curses her for conceived a devil's seed. When Michael and Seraphim were talking, Seraphim tells her that no matter what others say, she will give birth to this children, as she never once regretted having this child. Michael then asked her about Baal, who is the father of Jay-ick. Hearing Baal's name, Seraphim gets angry and says that she regret very, very much letting that bastard disappear. Seraphim then asked Michael that how is her investigation going, as she is the one who is assigned to find Baal. After saying this, Seraphim gets away, cursing Baal. Michael tells Jay-ick that for some reason, the highest council did not stop Seraphim's childbirth, and that's how he was born. However, Seraphim's treatment after she gave birth to Jay-ick changed drastically, since this was a very significant event that could lead to the birth of an apex hybrid. As soon as they got the apex hybrid baby, the highest council decided to imprison Seraphim in the bottomless pit of hell, putting down the greatest punishment of all, the creation of life from an inappropriate relationship. No matter how much Michael pursued justice, she thought, Seraphim's punishment was a bit unfair, but as an archangel, she could not simply express her true feelings like that because she know that once she start making an exception, she can't execute any judgment properly. After hearing her, Jay-ick says that he could feel it clearly when justice was inside him. He understand Michael's duty as an archangel. He could feel it if only for a moment. Jay-ick then asked her that what happened to him when he was a baddie. The highest council decided to abandon the child taken after sentencing Seraphim. That abandoned child that was sent and grew up in the human world, that's you, Michael replies. Jay-ick says that he has never thought of himself as abandoned since he has good parents who raised him well. He has never seen his biological parents, but they don't seem to be of much significance in his life. As he is talking, he suddenly remembers something, and he panics and asked Michael about the time and says that he need to get back quickly. Michael asked him that why is he in a rush. Jay-ick shouts that he has to go to school. Why do you need to go to school? Michael asked. Haniel replies that in the human world, if you don't attend school, you're not treated as a person. After that, Jay-ick starts to run in panic as he thinks that he will be late and miss his attendance. As Jay-ick is going, Michael tells him that Lucifer will for sure come looking for him again. So in that case, Jay-ick's habitat becomes the most important place for her to stake out. Jay-ick didn't understand it, so he asked her that what she means. After that in school, we can see Michael also gets admitted in Jay-ick's school, and she is also in Jay-ick's class. She introduces her to the classroom and tells everyone to call her Micha. Jay-ick and Haniel is sitting there, and Jay-ick tells that he feels that this would happen. After that, Micha chooses to sit behind Jay-ick. As she is about to sit there, Jay-ick tells her that it's Scalpel's seat. She tells Jay-ick that Scalpel is probably going to be away for a while as he is chasing after Lucifer. Later, we can see Scalpel and Lucifer roaming around in mountains. Lucifer thanks Scalpel for saving his life. He also asked Scalpel that why did he bring him in this snowy mountain. Scalpel says that this is Mount Meru, and it is the border area between heaven and hell, making it difficult to track. Scalpel then asked Lucifer that if he is really the mighty Lucifer that he admired. As during his fight with Michael he seemed too cautious, or perhaps he has lost his strength. And if that's the case, then he might not be the Lucifer he thought he was. Hearing this, Lucifer looks at Scalpel with his big black eyes and asked him that do he looks weak enough for him to distrust him? Saying this, Lucifer moves his hand and a huge explosion occurs, which melts all the snows and flattens the peak. Scalpel sees this and gets amazed. While controlling the fire, Lucifer tells Scalpel that the truth is his power is tied up elsewhere, so he can only show this much. The power he need to reclaim is bound to the condition of bringing an equivalent power in exchange. So he thought about it. If he were to bring a power that was much more powerful than his, and when he go to reclaim his power, wouldn't he can get the same power as the one he is bringing in? So that's why he need the apex hybrid. Lucifer tells Scalpel to help him more assuredly. As once he regain his power, he will be equal to the apex hybrid. Hearing this, Scalpel gets excited and says that Lucifer is truly a demon worthy of his admiration, and he will follow all of his commands. Then I will assign you the task of luring the apex hybrid. We will lure him to a place where we can obtain an equivalent power to his. The one who holds my power is Baal. Lucifer tells this to Scalpel. Later at school, we can see Jay-ick, Haniel, and Michael is sitting in their respected seats. The teacher gets in the class and looks for all the attendants. The teacher didn't find Scalpel at his seat, so he asked if he is absent, or will he be late. At that time, Scalpel comes from the window and sits on a seat beside the window. He comes in smoke form and gets assembled. He then tells the teacher that he is here. After hearing him, teacher warns him to respond immediately, or else he marked absent. Scalpel tells the teacher that he changed his seat so that he can be friends with all the other students. Before coming here, Lucifer gives Scalpel his dust transformation ability. Lucifer tells Scalpel to use this ability to hide and bring Jay-ick to him. Lucifer also says that as Michael is with Jay-ick, so he can't go there, and Scalpel will settle like a dust and become his proxy. Hearing this, Scalpel tells Lucifer not to worry as he will grasp this opportunity. Scalpel then looks at Jay-ick and says that he is embarking on a new mission for the sake of his idol. The teacher then looks for Evie student, but he cannot find Azrael, so he asked if Azrael is not coming toady. At that time, a voice outside the room comes saying, "Yes, coming." This makes Mikhail, Jay-ick, and Haniel shocked. After that, Azrael gets in and asked for forgiveness. He tells teacher that mixed up the address, so he gets late. After saying that, he pulls his chair to take his seat. Michael finds this Azrael a bit unusual. Haniel also feels the same. Azrael sits and says hello to his friends. Haniel finds that his speaking manner is also different. Scalpel, who is holding the gauge meter of Azrael, check it and sees that it still indicates red, which means Azrael should still be in hell. Scalpel dodges that this Azrael is not the real one. The fraud. Azrael looks at Scalpel and smiles while saying hello to him. Later at the hell, we can see the real Azrael, who is hanging on a cliff. The demon is also holding Azrael's leg, and he wants to drag Azrael to the bottom pits of hell. Azrael takes his pistol and points it at the demon and shoots him. Upon getting hit, the demon falls. But as he refused to go alone, he launched a last attack to take Azrael with him. Some tentacles emerges from the demon's body and attacks Azrael. Azrael jumps and uses his wings to fly around. Avoiding all the tentacles, Azrael rushed towards the demon, and upon getting closer, he, aging, shoots him with his pistol. The demon then falls in the lava, and Azrael safely lands on a rock. After that, we can see in heaven a person who looks like Azrael is standing in front of some statues. The man is the middle, and the statues tells him that Azrael has failed, and the guardian angel that have sent in advance is becoming violated with human emotions. The statues also tells the man that as he is the brother of Azrael, he should be able to handle the situation as it is getting dangerous. The man is Azrael's twin brother named Azrael, and he is an Archangel commander. The statues also says that someone must take responsibility for this entire plan, and the one who initiated the plan must take said responsibility. Azrael then says that that's too rash of a judgment. They should be looking at the bigger picture. Jay-ick's not even showing awakening progress to the extent needed so that they could call him an apex hybrid. Therefore, his plan is still in the initial stages. Hearing this, the statue says that deceptive behavior is unacceptable, and the Archangel legend must always be prepared for a crisis. If the apex hybrid awakens suddenly and joins the forces of hell, it would be catastrophic. So, what responsibilities do you want me to assume? Azrael asked. The statue's replies to bring Jay-ick to heaven at all costs. Is simply bringing him sufficient? Azrael questioned. If you manage to bring him to heaven, the Archangel legend will take care of the rest, the statue's replies. Upon hearing this, Azrael accepted the mission and he comes down to Earth to get Jay-ick. Back to the current timeline, Haniel finds Azrael suspicious, so she stares at him. So prove him Azrael. Azrael smiles at Haniel and asks if there is any problem and says that he really is Azrael. The teacher starts the class and tells everyone to settle down. He then announces that he will conduct a group project assessment, and the performance assessment will account for 50% of your school grade, making it the most crucial factor for your college admission. Hearing this, Jay-ick gets shocked, and he looks at Haniel and says that 50% is like a miracle. Haniel replies that it's a perfect opportunity for someone who's not good at studying like Jay-ick. Azrael asked Mikhail that what's a performance assessment? I don't know. Seems like some kind of test, Michael replies. The teacher then starts to select the group. He points towards Jay-ick's group and declares that the 4 of them will be in a group. Hearing the teacher's words, Azrael and Michael misunderstands it and thinks that it is a group battle, and Michael says that they should get into combat mode. The teacher then goes through other student and decides to make another group. He takes Scalpel as the other group's leader. Scalpel gets nervous and he asks the teacher if he really is in a separate group than Jay-ick's. The teacher looks angrily at him and says that he is the other group leader. Michael and Ariel says that they expected this and they feel disgusting to compete against a low-level demon which is not befitting for them, as they are both archangels. The teacher tells that the others sitting beside Scalpel will be in his team. Scalpel gets sad, and one of the students gets up and tells the teacher to address them with their name. The teacher gets that and says their names that Scalpel, Youngtae, and NG are one team, and says that the topic for the performance assessment will be given right away. After that, we can see at the deeper parts of hell the demon Ngojom is roaming around while he is taking a simple walk. He hears that someone is calling his name. He turns around and he finds the voice quite familiar. As he turns, he sees Azrael, who is walking with a demon's head, comes to him and says that he has come here to negotiate, and he demands an absolution. Azrael also said that he has killed and bought Angolom back, and this would be enough to pardon him of his sins. Ngojom looks at Azrael and sees that he is dead serious. Ngojom then takes the hell calculator and calculates Azrael's sins and good deeds. As the calculation is done, we can see Azrael scores a +0.7, which means his good deeds are dominating his bad ones. Azrael takes a breath of relief. Ngojom is frustrated, but he has no choice but to grant Azrael the permission to leave hell. After that, Azrael tells Ngojom that he will be leaving now and start to fly away. Ngojom tells him to stop as the indulgence hasn't been fully issued yet. While flying, Azrael tells Ngojom to send it to his mail. He also tells that he should be receiving a penalty exemption certificate, not an indulgence. As he is not a being absolved of sin, he is just being exempted from punishment. Hearing this, Ngojom says that it's right, and he need to revise the paper again. Azrael flies straight to heaven, as he has been missing the smell of fresh air for so long. As soon as he gets to heaven, he decides to change and review all his works. But as he enters the gates of heaven, he gets shocked as a statue is in front of him. The statue says that why has he returned so soon, and furthermore why he is empty-handed. Azrael is confused as he didn't know that the statue is talking about. At Earth, the teacher tells that the topic for the performance assessment is conquering heaven and hell. Hearing this, Michael and Ariel get shocked and says that how in the world the weak humans are planning to do such a thing. Seeing this, Haniel tells them that it's not literally about conquering the real heaven and hell. It's a metaphor. It means that you are the master of your own. After that, the teacher tells that what is the essence of good and evil, what defines good and evil, and how has this affected us humans. Based on such insights, he expects a presentation. He tells the students to use their spirit of exploration to conquer the true meaning of heaven and hell. After that, the class ends. Michael gets out from the class with Haniel. As they gets out, Michael tells Haniel that she really hate tests and stuff like that. Haniel replies that even though there's no need for them to pass this test, but still they need to give their best. She also tells that she is Jay-ick's guardian angel, so she has a duty to help Jay-ick achieve his dreams. But it seems like you are getting too involved. You are too excessive. I know all about your unauthorized escape from the heavenly prison, and you did it to protect Jay-ick. Why are you so desperate? Tell me. There's no need for you to go to such lengths. It's not like you're driven by personal grievances like me either. Don't tell me. Is it love? Am I right? It's love, isn't it? Michael tells this to Haniel. Hearing this, Haniel also blushes. At that time, Jay-ick comes searching for Haniel. Seeing this, Haniel feels something, and she wonders if she really like a human. Jay-ick then grabs Haniel's hand and asks her to help him out to complete the assessment. As Jay-ick holds her hands, Haniel feels that her face is getting hot. She feels the fluttering feeling. As Jay-ick comes close, her heartbeats start to rise. She turns away her face and tells Jay-ick that she will help him, as she is his guardian angel. While the two of them are talking, NG looks at them and she seems a bit angry. NG then gets inside and Scalpel tells them to gather around. Scalpel tells that, since they all are in the same group, he expects a full cooperation. Scalpel also says that he will continue to monitor and track Jay-ick's team. and as they are a team, so they should act as one with the same purpose in mind. The boy named Youngtae tells Scalpel that who the hell is he to order him around. Youngtae also tells that he don't care about the assessment as he just wants to graduate. Enji thinks for a bit and says that she will help and says that she is good at monitoring others and she can also carry out sabotage. She gets closer Scalpel and tells him that let's make sure that Jay-ick's team doesn't succeed. Enji looks angry and has a dark aura around her. Scalpel tells that she is the real demon. Enji then looks at Haniel and thinks off a way to get rid of her. Later, we can see Azrael and Michael is talking at the rooftop. Azrael tells Michael that as they are archangels, they shouldn't care about this mere human test. While Azrael is taking at that time, Michael summons her justice spear and suddenly throws it at Azrael. Seeing this, Azrael gets shocked and says that if she has gone mad, attacking the Archangel commander out of nowhere. The spear stops at midway. Michael then says that her hunch was right, that he is the Archangel commander Azrael, and the fact that the justice is not prevailing here makes it clear. Azrael then asks that if she really have to throw the spear at him to make it clear. Michael ignores his question and says that a lot of things are happening in heaven as the Archangel commander has stepped in. Azrael asked that what the Angel of Justice is doing here. Michael replies that she is undercover trying to capture Lucifer. Lucifer isn't the problem right now. The highest council is applying direct pressure. So help me carry out the orders of the highest council, Azrael says. Michael then sums up all the situation and gets that the mastermind behind the plan to develop Jay-ick as an apex hybrid in the human world. All of this originated from Azrael's mind. Now back to the heavens, we can see the statue who is the highest council thinks Azrael as Azrael. The statue says that they should arrange for support before Azrael go back to the human world. Now Azrael gets the whole scenario. The statue says that they didn't think it was a good strategy to send Azrael alone to bring back the Apex Hybrid from the start. Therefore, the highest council has decided to provide him with a formidable army, and the throne has confirmed to be created for him, the Archangel Commander himself. Azrael looks at the throne and thinks that it's impressive. He then gets up and sits on it and gives a sinister look and commands the heavenly army to go down on earth and start their task by taking down Azrael. The Archangel Commander's throne holds the position akin to being the king of heaven. Actually, Azrael always wanted this position. Even though they are twins, his older brother Azrael inherited the direct bloodline and ascended to the position of Archangel without any issues. However, there was only one throne. Azrael did his best to pretend not to care and lived on. He even went to hell and played chess with the demons. He thought a free life was better than one bound to the throne. However, ever since his brother had taken the throne, he was constantly tightening the noose around Azrael. Azrael summoned Azrael whenever and wherever he was needed. In the past, they had a chat. Azrael, while sitting on the throne, informed Azrael that even if he is his brother, committing to corruption cannot be tolerated by the heavens. He informed that such actions degrade the dignity of angels. Azrael replied that since he has no throne to protect, he has no reason to uphold such dignity. After hearing this, Azrael said that he will have to demote Azrael to a third-grade fallen angel and enforce stricter constraints on him. After that, a series of endless missions quickly followed. Like he was ordered to capture more demons, conquer the third region of hell. Even some trifle matters like bringing the remote control and even scrubbing his brother's back. Countless quests appeared for Azrael until one day he was ordered to descend to the human world to assist in the awakening of the Apex Hybrid and bring him to heaven, even though he had been tasked with assisting in the awakening of the Apex Hybrid. But presently, he is sitting on the throne and giving orders, and he treats it as the perfect opportunity to seize Azrael's power. Deploy the heavenly army to seal Azrael. No, Azrael on earth, he shouts as he orders. But in the end, he finds himself dumbfounded as the higher-up angels don't listen to any of his demands. The angels order him to bring the Apex hybrid himself. They told him to stop joking around. Azrael thought that disguising himself as Ariel will be beneficial, but he is still facing the same problems like when he was Azrael. They even harshly told him to shut up and to carry the mission given to him properly. On Earth, Jay-ick is flying towards his house and lands into his home by breaking the window. His stepmom asked him why he didn't come through the front door. On the contrary, Jay-ick's stepfather feels upset because a perfectly good window is now broken. Jay-ick replies that his landing control is still quite bad. While sitting on the chair, he announces that he has something important to discuss with both of his parents. Both of his parents seem confused. He declares that as he has already blown his academic record, so he is just gonna give up on it. He will give everything he has into the performance evaluation. "Did you call out your mom and me for such nonsense?" his dad asks. He says that they didn't even have a coupon, but they still ordered premium chicken for Jay-ick. His mom counters by saying this is not nonsense, because right now this is the most important thing for Jay-ick. Why not just accept the destiny of an Apex hybrid and go to heaven instead of all this? His dad questions and tells him to think about it while eating the chicken. "Honey!" Jay-ick's mom shouts furiously after hearing this. His mom says that no matter what, Jay-ick's opinion is what matters the most. So she suggests to him not to listen to his dad and to do whatever makes him happy. After that, both of them leave Jay-ick in the dining room. It makes him sad as he looks sadly at the chicken and says that in truth, he just wanted to state that even if he got to meet his real mom and dad, these guys will remain as his parents. He just wanted to talk to them about it, but he can't. In the next moment, both Michael and Ariel, disguised as Azrael, are sitting in a room inside a karaoke bar named the Monocoin Karaoke, and Ariel receives a call from Jay-ick's father. His father reports that convincing Jay-ick is proving more difficult than expected. "Isn't it because you're not persuasive enough?" Ariel asks, as he tries to blame the low-ranking angel. Jay-ick's dad justifies it by saying that it's not his fault because he even used the premium chicken dinner card. Ariel compliments the angel by saying that it's impressive for him to use these tricks, but in the end, he gets surprised to see that Jay-ick was not even swayed by it at all. "Could you bring him out now? As in him having a talk with his dad?" Ariel asks. The angel asks whether he should bring Jay-ick right now. And then he notices that Jay-ick's mom is talking in a call. He goes near the side of the door to listen to what she is talking about. He listens that she is reporting to hell. He says that she was acting all high and mighty, pretending to be on Jay-ick's side. So he thought that she was trying to be a real mom for a moment. But ultimately, he sees now that this is just a mission from hell for her. He thinks that in that case, he will have to carry out his mission too, as he can't fall behind compared to that demon. He tells Ariel that he will take a chance and try to bring Jay-ick out. After that, he enters Jay-ick's room and asks whether he is studying. Jay-ick replies that he is researching for the performance evaluation without knowing a thing about it. His dad says that studying must be hard on him, so he suggests him to take a break by going to karaoke with his dad. Jay-ick glares at his father and states that he has only been studying for less than an hour. His dad quickly apologizes for disturbing. But Jay-ick conveys that starting to work on the presentation is half the battle, so half of the work is already done. So, he might as well take a quick break and agrees to go to the karaoke. Meanwhile, at Jay-ick's home, his mom is still talking with the demons. How is the subject of observation? Does the Apex hybrid have enough potential yet? The demon asks. Demoniac replies by saying, not at all. Jay-ick is just like an ordinary human because he's focused on studying right now, just like any other human his age. So, in her opinion, The legends of the apex hybrid seems to be exaggerated. The demon replies that he got the gist of it, so he will end the communication. At hell, another demon asks what demoniac said. To the demon who was in call with demoniac. The demon replies that they should never trust demons like her that easily, and it seems that demoniac, while in her role as the mother, was contaminated by human emotions. The other demon adds that it's most likely that so-called motherly instinct and love is indeed the most vile of emotions. Moreover, it seems she's deceiving herself about being the real mother, and if that's the case, then new agents are needed urgently. Where can we find some fresh blood for the job? The demon with the spear on his back asks. The other demon replies that their most powerful agent that they had on standby is already dispatched to the human world. In the human world, both Jay-ick and his father are already out and are heading towards the karaoke. Haniel followed them because she felt that something was off, so she is glad that she followed Jay-ick because he vanished from school as soon as it ended at Mach speed. "Dad, what will you sing?" Jay-ick asks while climbing the stairs. His dad replies that he is all about rock, so he is going to blast through the ceiling and the entire building with his voice. Jay-ick is so happy that he can blast into tears as he thinks that he is going to make new memories with his dad. At that time, upon noticing that nothing Jay-ick and his father are coming, Azrael tells Michael to hurry up as they are launching the Apex Hybrid's capture operation, so he tells her to help him out. In the next scene, a woman is filming as an actress of a story. She receives a call. She tells them that it has been such a long time since they last talked, so, since they haven't contacted her, she became a leading actress meanwhile. The Azrael tells Michael to set up the marking in the room where she is right now. Upon setting up the marking in the room, she asks whether this should be enough. Azrael replies that if it's Michael's justice, it should be a solid foundation. And now, just by adding the Archangel commander's seal to this, it will be the perfect beacon. He suggests that when it's the right time, they will request for the absorption light. After some time, Jay-ick, along with his father, enters the karaoke in order to sing songs. Upon entering, Jay-ick's father asks Jay-ick what song he will sing. Jay-ick replies that he will sing an old song. At that very moment, he meets Azrael disguised as Azrael. Azrael greets Jay-ick by saying that it's been a while. Additionally, he says that he wonders whether Jay-ick is happy to see him again. He conveys that it was easy to find this place since everyone is gathered here. Is he a classmate? Nee looks quite mature. He's not a friend who repeated a grade, is he? Jay-ick's father asks while teasing Azrael. Azrael assumes that Jay-ick's father wouldn't recognize him because he's a mere servant, moreover. He says that it is also because of their workplace being different, so he might not have seen Azrael's face even once. Workplace? Is this friend of yours already working? Jay-ick's dad asks while being confused. Then Jay-ick tells Azrael that he doesn't have much time right now as he is going to sing with his dad. At that moment, Michael comes forward. Jay-ick asks Michael whether she has come here to hang out too. Michael replies by saying yes. He tells Michael that he never knew that this karaoke was this famous, and asks Michael if she is done using this room or not. Michael suggests Jay-ick to use this room instead as she is already done with it. After seeing this, Azrael was relieved. He smirks as he says that soon Jay-ick is going to be summoned to heaven. Right at that moment, Azrael arrives. Azrael gets shocked as he sees his twin brother disguised as him. Similarly, Michael gets astonished as she spotted the twin brothers together. Upon grasping the situation, Azrael attacks Azrael with an impactful punch. The wall cracks and breaks and Azrael gets hit in the parking lot and falls to the ground. Azrael then gets out from the wall that was initially cracked by flying. Then, Jay-ick notices something which he recognized from earlier. He says, "This must be Michael's spear, which she accidentally left here." He is amazed with the lighting effects of that stuff. He blushes as he thinks that Michael might be a better friend than he thought previously, because she left him with this kind of setting. Meanwhile, Michael is running towards the cracked wall. What am I supposed to do now? She wonders as she can't interfere with the matters regarding the brothers. She realizes that as an archangel just standing by and watching them fight isn't befitting of justice, and also even when her spear named Justice is crying out. Inside the room, Jay-ick was still amazed with the stuff as he assumes Justice is crying as a mere lighting that even has a vibrating effect. "What are you doing to your own family?" Azrael asks while sitting on the ground. Azrael replies that it's precisely because of this very own family that his life was always miserable up to this point while bringing out his dual guns. He says that it's Azrael's time to be miserable now, as he shoots the bullets towards Azrael. All the bullets get blocked, as Azrael makes a powerful barrier while rotating his palm. Azrael says that this mere cheap trick won't work on him. Azrael replies that he predicted that much, so the bullets were just for distraction's purpose, because this was enough for a coup. The other bullets hit the connecting walls of the parking lot, making it unstable, and in mere moments, one by one, all the cars started to fall. Azrael asks Azrael whether he desires to take the position that Azrael holds in the angel realm. Azrael boldly replies that this is like a golden opportunity for him to defeat Azrael while he is still being restricted in the human realm. Moreover, he concludes that perhaps they can even swap their lives completely, or just the positions. At that moment, Haniel enters the karaoke while being puzzled. Michael notices Haniel and asks Haniel how she got here. Haniel replies that she was worried about Jay-ick. After hearing this, Michael coldly replies that it's not her place to be concerned about, and as it's the decision made by the Supreme Council, so she should have followed it, as it is. In addition, she conveys that Jay-ick will be soon summoned to heaven by the absorption light, so it's only natural for low-ranking angels, such as Haniel, to follow the greater good. Haniel gets upset as she bows down her head. But after seeing how Jay-ick is enjoying his life to the fullest with his stepfather while singing, Haniel closes her eyes to realize and remember about her duties. She states that as a guardian angel, she needs to protect Jay-ick, and that's both her job and duty. As I expected. "Did you fall in love with Jay-ick?" Michael asks, because she thought that these sentiments coming out from Haniel are rather excessive, which shows lack of control over emotions. Haniel justifies herself as she says that there's nothing wrong with her emotion because she is sensing something deeper, something more simple and pure. Michael explains that the feelings Haniel is feeling now are practically how the emotion of love influences someone. Michael tells Haniel that it seems she has already lost her objective as an angel. On the contrary, Haniel is listening to the melody, and the song seems rather familiar to her. Meanwhile, in the battle between the brothers, almost all of the cars have fallen. Presently, Azrael is surrounded by cars, and one of them falls and crashes onto him. Azrael laughs as he suggests his brother to take a break while being stuck between the cars for a while. In other words, he suggests that Azrael should take a long vacation somewhere that's neither heaven nor hell. "Who do you think I am?" Azrael asks as his hand pierces the top of the car. Azrael snaps his fingers in order to call his army. He states that he is the Archangel commander, and he has his own army to protect him. When the Archangel commander is in danger, that army is ready to provide support anitame and everywhere. At that moment, Azrael gets startled as he notices a meteor coming from the sky. Currently, Haniel is reminiscing about the time when she was an intern angel. Now, have all of the interns gathered here? You all know that today, the most important examination is taking place, right? The examiner questions all of the interns gathered there for the test. He concludes that this test's results will affect their overall performance evaluation. "Intern Haniel, are you present?" the examiner shouts. Haniel replies by saying yes. The examiner tells Haniel to listen to the sound of the prayers, just like how they practiced. Haniel starts to listen to the prayers made by the people of Earth. I hope this coin will make me rich. I hope she will accept my confession. I wish the stock hits a jackpot. Please let this exam go smoothly. Please give me this. Give me that too. Buy me something delicious. Give me some money. There were various requests like these. Haniel gets a bit upset as she thinks that there are still people who are making wishes like these. The examiner enlightens Haniel by saying that humans are bound to be selfish. They always depend on others to realize their desires, and that's why they need the intern angels. At that moment, Haniel heard the same melody, and the one who sang that song was none other than the younger Jay-ick from the past. Jay-ick, come here. What are you doing there? Jay-ick's mom asks. His father tells him that they have to go home before dark. Jay-ick tells them to wait for a minute. After that, Jay-ick shouts while seeing up in the sky that today, in his English class, he learned a new song, and if there really are angels, he wants them to hear this song and grant his wish. After hearing this, Haniel smiles as she finally decides to help this kid because out of all of the wishes that she heard, Jay-ick's one is definitely the purest one. The examiner agrees to Haniel's request. He says that he will put that into practice, and he gives her a time limit of 5 minds to complete her job. Haniel transcends to the human. Hello, little boy. What do you want to wish for? Haniel asks, after appearing in front of Jay-ick. Are you really an angel? You're not just some cartoon, right? He questions, as he is still being confused. Haniel replies that he sure has a lot of doubts as a kid. Jay-ick states that he only has one wish. He says while smiling that, since the people have already cut his hair into a bowl cut, he wishes to live happily with both of his dad and mom. Moreover, he also wants them to stop fighting all the time. Haniel, while making a happy countenance, tells Jay-ick that he is indeed a kind child because most of the kids around his age usually only wish for themselves, for things like toys or games mostly too. Jay-ick justifies that his parents raised him well to the point that he doesn't need to wish for those kinds of things. He conveys that his life has been exciting so far. He tells her to look that he even has the legendary bowl-cut hairstyle, and because of this hairstyle, he has become the #1 most famous kid in his school. So he only wishes that both his mom and dad will live happier than him because there's still plenty of time for him to be happy in the future. At that time, an anonymous man comes into view who notices that the little kid is talking alone as he couldn't see the angel. After listening to all of Jay-ick's wishes, Haniel tells him that she will send him the blessing of happiness so that his family will surely live in happiness. And someday, if she becomes a guardian angel, she hopes she can be the guardian angel of someone as kind-hearted as him. Jay-ick can already feel the emotion of happiness running through him. He asks Haniel that when that time comes, would she like to become his guardian angel? Haniel replies while smiling that she can't make any promise, but rather she hopes that that will be the case. Can angels also make a wish? Jay-ick questions. Haniel answers that, of course they can, but only when they really want that wish to come true. Thus, she wished to become Jay-ick's guardian angel that day, and presently she is overjoyed to see that her wish has finally come true. Meanwhile, in the battle, Azrael is firing pistols to stop the meteor, even though he knows that using these pistols to stop that thing is as if he is throwing eggs into a rock. It's literally a pistol versus a meteor, which can't even be compared with eggs and rock. In that case, he decides to face it directly because he must be strong enough to do that much. He flies towards the meteor like a bullet and smashes it into pieces. The shattered pieces fall onto the ground, and some of them also fall onto the cars. Not only were you pretending to be May, you even dared to confront me? Are you sure you can handle the judgment? Ariel asks furiously while lifting his hand, pointing at Azrael. Suddenly, lightning strikes and Azrael falls onto the ground due to the shock. Ariel flies and floats on the sky while telling Azrael that his position in heaven is nothing but a mere servant right now, and it's finally time now to sever their affectionate bond as a family, as both him and Ariel are nothing but separate individuals who bear different fates. "Michael, have the preparations been completed?" he asks while floating. Michael replies that it's located and perfectly on the target. Ariel snaps his finger while laughing as he says that he can complete this mission earlier than he thought. At that moment, many parallel coincident circles, radiating golden light, come out of the karaoke, which reach the sky while illuminating it. The light which is radiating is none other than the absorption light placed by Ariel and Michael to capture Jay-ick. Inside the karaoke bar, Jay-ick and his father are being lifted by the mysterious light. The light pulls them upwards like a miniature black hole. At that same moment, in the convenience store on floor 11, the classmate of Jay-ick is also being pulled by the light. The same thing happens at the basement. One of the gangsters affiliated with Ushi Jim is being lifted by the light, and all of the people who were inside the building are being transferred by the absorption light. Haniel runs while shouting Jay-ick's name and voluntarily goes near the absorption light in order to get Jay-ick out of this mess. She shouts that she would protect him. The girl classmate of Jay-ick gets annoyed to see Haniel and the underling gangster finally found Jay-ick, who probably crippled their boss, Ushi Jim. Haniel flies at Mach speed to reach Jay-ick as soon as possible. Jay-ick's classmate gets extremely annoyed as she sees Haniel. In the past, the girl was walking through the streets, and in her opinion, that day was supposed to be the day when she could get close to Jay-ick by fate. Jay-ick, a freshman student who happened to be in the same class as her, he was really her type. She noticed that he was coming and thought that today she will really ask him to be friends and hang out with him. But since he cut through the alleyway, the girl decided to take the other side of the alley, hoping that she will get to meet him. She spotted Jay-ick, but then she noticed Haniel saying that she will become his new classmate. It made her really angry when she saw another girl suddenly appearing out of nowhere and sticking with Jay-ick like that. After that, Haniel introduced herself in front of the class and sat beside Jay-ick. Since then, Haniel and Jay-ick have always looked occupied with each other. She waited for several months to try to get close to him, but the girl, Haniel, who randomly appeared suddenly, took the seat next to Jay-ick and now is acting like she is close with Jay-ick. Presently, she decides that she won't let Haniel monopolize Jay-ick anymore as she jumps higher using the body of the gangster as a trampoline. Meanwhile, Haniel catches Jay-ick from the back. She tells him that they have to get out of here and offers to help him. Jay-ick says that he thinks that it's impossible because the absorption power of this light is too strong that not even he can get out of here. Haniel replies that it's precisely why she will help him out. She pulls him backwards with all her might, but it doesn't seem to be working. At that moment, the girl in the pink jacket appears and grabs Jay-ick by the leg. She declares that she will be the one to save him, but the absorption light starts to work faster and pulls them quickly. Jay-ick shouts, telling both of them not to pull him from both above and below. Down on the ground, Ariel is praising and complimenting himself, saying that it's been a while since he has gotten a field mission, and to think he actually did such a good job is absolutely praiseworthy. He includes that if it wasn't for Azrael's interference, he would have done it more neatly. By the time he looks at his back, Azrael is already running towards him. Azrael collides with Ariel by saying that if he has failed, Ariel should fail too, and both of the twins enter the absorption light. Ariel shouts that if both of them go like this will bring their demise. Meanwhile, all of the people have been transferred to heaven. What's happening? "Dad, why are you lying in that state?" Jay-ick asks. The gangster grabs Jay-ick's head and lifts him up. The gangster asks whether he is lead Jay-ick, who crippled his brother Ushi-jim. Jay-ick replies that he has never crippled anyone while coughing. He says that Ushi-jim is someone who is like an angel, and since Jay-ick made him into a mess, he can't hold myself back. At that moment, the higher-up angels start to talk using the statues. The angels say that there are a lot of people who got caught, and it's rather unexpected. What the hell is that? It's scary. Have I died and gone to heaven? However, was I really a person who's supposed to go to heaven? The gangster asks while being puzzled. Both Ariel disguised as Azrael and the real Azrael make their entry. Ariel, so you've come yourself. Would you care to explain this situation right now? The angels ask as they demand to know the answer. Even the angels get confused to see that there are two Ariels. Azrael announces to the Supreme Council that he is the real Ariel. Those statues are the Supreme Council? Why do they look shabbier than I expected? Haniel questions. Jay-ick's classmate states that they look more like speakers in the shape of statues with a clear sound output. The Supreme Council angels say that this is not important to them now. They just demand to know who is the apex hybrid among them. Upon grasping the situation, Haniel shouts, telling them that there is no apex hybrid among them, and all the people here are just ordinary humans who tried their best to live their life. On the contrary, this speech of Haniel makes him believe that people who tried their best to live go to heaven. Then, the Supreme Council wants to know Haniel's identify. Haniel introduces herself as a lower-grade angel. The council informs that if she is a lower-grade angel, she shouldn't have any reason to be here. Haniel thinks that an angel should never lie. But this time, just once, she will do it for Jay-ick. She makes up a lie and says that she is currently on a special mission. As Ariel was looking at Jay-ick from the start, Haniel shouts that this kid is just an ordinary human. He has no strength nor wits. He's just a human without any spark in him, while pointing at Jay-ick. Jay-ick tells her to stop because her acting feels too real. Well then, should we give them a test? The Supreme Council asks. They announce that they will see who's the real apex hybrid. Will it be the one chosen by them, or will it be the one chosen by the Archangel commanders in the arena that no one can escape? The chosen candidates, Jay-ick and the gangster, are standing inside the arena facing off against each other. It naturally turned into a row of seats. Is it the Wailing Wall? Azrael asks while both of the brothers are watching the match from above. Ariel replies that this will be the first big match in a long time after the fight of Seraphim versus Baal. The Supreme Council says that if what these Ariels said is true, then one of them must be the apex hybrid. The council declares that the last one standing in this inescapable arena will be regarded as the apex hybrid by them. The gangster smiles as he says that there's no reason for him to escape because he was going to find Jay-ick himself anyway, and to think Jay-ick would appear in front of him on his own 2 feet. It really makes him happy as the gangster gets ready for the fight. At that moment, Haniel shouts, telling Jay-ick that he should escape because it's a trap. Azrael speaks up, that both Jay-ick and his opponent will never be able to escape from that place until the fight ends, and there is no way to help Jay-ick now, since this is a duel that the Supreme Council is holding. Are you saying that those talking stones are the Supreme Council? Haniel questions. Azrael informs that although those statues look quite pathetic, their body alone can destroy the whole earth easily. That's how strong they are. With them here, this match will be the most sacred ceremony, and they will never let anyone interfere in this match. Ariel states that they are just the bystanders, seated here to witness Jay-ick be awakened as the apex hybrid while sitting comfortably. Azrael suggests them to watch this match where the outcome is already very obvious of who will be the winner. But once they know that Jay-ick is the apex hybrid, wouldn't they definitely take him with them? Haniel shouts. Both Azrael and Ariel sink when they answer that it's obvious that they would take Jay-ick because it was his destiny ever since he was born, LOL. Why are we so sickeningly compatible? Both of them think. They got along so well that it feels unpleasant to them. Look at her expression. She must think that she could save the whole world by herself, pretending to look cool alone without any conscience. Ha! Eunji! Jay-ick's classmate shouts while trying to seize Haniel's attention. On the contrary, Haniel uses telepathy to talk to Jay-ick. She begs him that he must hide his power, and he can't let them find out that he is the Apex hybrid. Meanwhile, without understanding the situation, she shouts from afar, telling Jay-ick to give his all in this fight. Jay-ick grasps that once he reveals his power, those statues will definitely lock their eyes on him. And once they find out about him, his ordinary life will be done for, though he realizes that his life hadn't been ordinary to begin with. The gangster rushes towards Jay-ick in order to punch him. He says that this is the punch of a real fight, and even before Jay-ick realizes, he would have turned into a monkfish. He states that he will make Jay-ick lie down next to his beloved brother Ushi-jim. As the gangster was about to punch, Jay-ick, due to his apex reflexes, changed his location swiftly, in mere moments. The opponent gets shocked as he can't perceive Jay-ick's movements. The gangster tries countless times to hit Jay-ick, but none of the attacks landed as Jay-ick dodges them perfectly. The gangster says that he is sure that he definitely hit Jay-ick, though. Yoonji gets astonished as she says that he couldn't notice any of their movements, while Haniel couldn't catch on the movements of Jay-ick only. The Supreme Council says that this battle is weird. They notice that Jay-ick is amplifying his power instantly the moment he uses his power. However, they can't sense any sign of awakening from any of them. Ariel smirks as he praises Jay-ick for being clever and for using his powers while dispersing them. Azrael replies that he expected that much. You wouldn't listen to me even if I asked you to stop this, right? Don't keep dodging. Stay still, will ya? The gangster shouts while being frustrated. Jay-ick tells the gangsters that since he will eventually exhaust his stamina if he keeps attacking him, Jay-ick will try to follow his opponent's rhythm. Jay-ick then realizes that if he keep instantly increasing his ability, the Supreme Council will probably notice. So he decides to use his skill, the time efficiency, and starts to move slowly. The twin brother notices that Jay-ick is using time control. Azrael explains that in the split of 10,000th of 1 second, Jay-ick will move quickly, and then he will use the time left to move slowly, so the statues won't notice. Ariel adds that it's an amazing cheating skill. The gangster says that Jay-ick is fast, and he guesses that the only one who'll be able to beat Jay-ick is Ushi-jim, and realizing this, his respect for Ushi-jim has increased one more time. Moreover, he says he has no other choice if his opponent is too powerful. So, he decides to show Jay-ick his hidden skill, which he hasn't used in such a long time. Suddenly, his speed increases as he says that people might mistake his name for a foreigner, but his real name is Hanma, which means when a person is within a Hanma, which means 1 yard, and within this limit, his fist can quickly reach that person. He smiles as he says that it's a shame that this time his fist definitely touched Jay-ick's hair. Haniel explains that Hanma was a measuring unit used in ancient times and was about the width of an average person's outstretched arms. Yoonji replies that though it's ancient, her father still uses it. Hanma says after going through special training, he can also reach 2 yard, and this time he could also feel Jay-ick's clothes. Mabak then starts to attack Jay-ick several times. The Supreme Council says that Mabak's movements are surely befitting of a transcendental human class. But why can't I sense any sign of awakening from him? The councilman asks himself. He says that even with the resolution of their camera, he still can't see it, so it must be a frame drop problem. "Can you see it?" Azrael asks Ariel while standing. Ariel explains that in the eyes of ordinary people, Jay-ick would look like he's only dodging swiftly. However, with above-average vision, Jay-ick would look like he's taking a stroll around Manhwa. The Supreme Council understands that at this rate, they won't be able to get any victor today, and in the end of the day, the victor is definitely the Apex hybrid. So they declare that for the duel to progress further, they will reduce the area of the arena. As a result, the ground starts to shake and they hear many explosions as if it's a bombing attack. Manhwa gets traumatized as he says that he doesn't want to be captured and he never fought anyone. Ariel says that the council is using a handicap match, so he guesses they learned a lesson from the previous match with Baal versus Seraphim. At that moment, Jay-ick's father wakes up, but not perfectly. He says that he realized that Ariel's voice seems familiar to him. "Excuse me, are you perhaps the person I had a conversation with?" Jay-ick's father asks. As Azrael again gets the chance to steal Ariel's identity, he introduces himself as Azrael, the Archangel commander. Jay-ick's father apologizes that he couldn't recognize his excellency. Ariel shouts that he is the real one and tells the angel that he is apologizing to the wrong person. The Supreme Council declares that now that your opponent is within grasp, they should prove themselves. Manhwa decides that now that there is only 1 yard, so with this much area left, he will do a sneak attack and charges straight at Jay-ick. He grabs Jay-ick from behind and pins him down with immense body power. He fully overpowers Jay-ick by grabbing his full body. Manhwa states that finally, the right time has come to dominate his opponent. Manhwa says that no one has ever gotten out of his hidden skill, and if he just puts in more strength, Jay-ick's spine will definitely crack. But in the next moment, he gets shocked to notice that rather than being nervous, Jay-ick is actually calm. He didn't even move slightly and in fact is looking more comfortable. Manhwa uses his ultimate move, the spine breaker. He says that this is his killer move and he will be sending Jay-ick off soon. "What the hell? Are we really in a match? Why can I only feel his warmth?" Manhwa asks while being puzzled. Jay-ick gets up along with Manhwa while saying that he guesses that he can't keep playing like this any longer. Manhwa then realizes that all this time Jay-ick has been playing with him. In the next moment, Jay-ick flies and reaches a position above the statues. He announces that he is indeed the Apex hybrid, and if they want, he can also show them his awakening. He releases his extreme mana and starts awakening, and Manhwa gets pushed back. The pressure inside the room increases as the awakening rate increases. As Manhwa is falling, he grabs Jay-ick's legs to survive. "Wow, how high is the number that came out just now?" one of the members of the Supreme Council asks. Another member replies that the rate was something that goes beyond their sensing range. "What is he doing? Exposing himself just like that?" Haniel asks while being worried. Jay-ick demands to the Supreme Council that they should now send back his comrades to where they were abducted. Moreover, he says that regarding the matter wherefore he was brought here, his answer is no. Haniel shouts from a far distance, telling Jay-ick that he is doing great by refusing them. The Supreme Council tries to persuade Jay-ick by saying that he is an asset that has been invested and managed by heaven. So it's only natural for him to return to heaven. Jay-ick replies with a straight face that he isn't obliged to answer that one-sided nonsense of theirs, and he just wants to go back to his ordinary life. Ariel asks as he wonders whether the Supreme Council will accept Jay-ick's opinion. On the contrary, Azrael smiles and says that things are getting quite interesting. After hearing Jay-ick's opinion, the Supreme Council gets furious, and the statues start to shoot laser beams from their eyes. They declare that one who refuses the fate written by heaven is nothing but a traitor, and they have zero tolerance for such individuals. "You called me a traitor for not following you, huh? What kind of logic is that?" Jay-ick questions as he deflects the laser beams with his elbow. The higher-up angels say that if Jay-ick denies the virtuous values, that only means that he is no different than evil, and as an angel, their ultimate mission is to obliterate all evil. Jay-ick replies that if that's the case, then that's even more of a reason for him not to follow them. He simply answers that he refuses to follow such a line of fate while deflecting the laser beams with both of his hands while Mabak is still hanging. He clearly understands that he will be doomed if he falls from here, so he has to hold on tight. The angels state that a talented individual who refuses to be tamed is evil, so they tell Jay-ick that he should behave accordingly as the asset of heaven. The statues change their trajectory of the laser beam, and Jay-ick is facing a bit of difficulty to face these quickly launched attacks. Mabak's hands slip and he starts to fall. Meanwhile, Haniel rushes towards Jay-ick in order to give him some backup. Jay-ick warns her not to come, yet Haniel rushes there and uses her Omega shield. Jay-ick informs her that she can't stop their attacks using this shield. The shield scatters and both of them get pushed backwards. Haniel hits the wall while Jay-ick collides with Mabak. Jay-ick asks Haniel whether she is fine or not. But then he notices that due to the impactful collision, the wall has started to crack and his father is on top of the wall. The wall breaks and his father starts to fall. Haniel shouts, telling Jay-ick not to worry because she would protect his dad. Jay-ick gets serious as he states that he plans to take responsibility for his own life and act according to his own values. So, he tells them not to judge people based on those excessive one-sided rules. Meanwhile, Azrael comments that he didn't know that Jay-ick could speak that well. The Supreme Council says that it's expected from the Apex Hybrid to even make the stone pedestal shake by his words. Shall we confirm whether he can bear the responsibility just as he claimed? They ask while releasing clouds. The angel explains that this is the atonement cloud. If one is without sin, it will feel as light as a feather, and if one is a sinner, it will feel heavy according to one's sins. For a dignified one, this cloud could be their savior, and on the contrary, a sinner's soul will be buried in hell for eternity. Jay-ick grabs the tail of the cloud and asks whether there is any problem with him. Azrael again comments, saying that Jay-ick is indeed the Apex Hybrid and a perfect being. At that moment, Mabak also touches the cloud in order for his own safety, but due to that, the weight of the cloud starts to increase in an instant. The angel says that it's just as he expected, and now even Jay-ick won't be able to handle it because he's probably out of control. So he tells Jay-ick that that's why he needs to follow the oracle. Jay-ick shouts that it's not his fault, while Mabak says sorry because he's a guy with a lot of sins. Meanwhile, Yoonji wonders what she should do for Jay-ick, or else Haniel will take all the score. The Supreme Council asks Jay-ick whether he will be able to withstand the weight of the sin, or will he crumble under the sins of others, unable to attain forgiveness? Jay-ick clenches his teeth and says that he can bear this much sin himself and he can still endure it. These words coming out of Jay-ick really touched Mabak's heart, and he thinks that Jay-ick is a real man, a kind person, and at the peak of a noble. At the next moment, Yoonji gets a wonderful idea. She jumps as she says that since she is innocent, she can surely reduce the weight, and the only thing she could be ashamed of is that she really likes Jay-ick. On the contrary, Jay-ick gets tensed by seeing Yoonji in action. He tells her that that's not how the cloud system works. He yells at her, telling her not to jump in. As Jay-ick's dad falls, Haniel rushes towards and catch him. She tries to fly with Jay-ick's dad, but the weight is a bit heavy for her. Azrael then says that the table is all set, but instead of savoring it to themselves, they serve it to the enemy. Azrael gets mad and asked that, what are they doing letting Jay-ick fall in hell? The statues also get shocked and says that an unfavorable situation has occurred. On the other hand, Jay-ick, Mabak, and Yoonji are falling. Yoonji is at the top, and Jay-ick and Hanma are getting pushed by the boulder. Due to immense wind, their faces turns damn ugly. They falls directly to hell. Jay-ick and Hanma get smashed by the boulder, and Yoonji receives the after effect of the collision and fly away. Jay-ick uses his powers and throws the boulder away. At that time, the Executioner King of Death Des comes with his huge scythe. Des laugh at the guys in heaven as they are the ones who always blab about one's repentance or atonement. But the one who is actually giving the punishment is them. After that, he welcomes Jay-ick to hell and tries to shake hands with him and congratulates him for becoming the new member of hell. Des also says that there will be a welcoming ceremony and signing event not long after this. Jay-ick tells Des that he don't want this. Hearing this, Des gets shocked and asked if he isn't one of those that the heaven has tossed away here. Jay-ick replies that he is not. Behind Des, Hanma is laying. He tells Des that although he went to both heaven and hell in just one day, but he is well aware that this is his righteous place. Hearing this, Des says that he don't need him and tells Hanma to go back from where he came from. Des then float in the mid-air and says that this place is completely different from heaven and asks Jay-ick that if he had any condition that heaven couldn't accept. Jay-ick gets up and asks Des that if he also wants to keep him. Des replies that he wants Jay-ick to make the choice, as that way the heaven will suffer more. Des also tells Jay-ick to just speak, and he will make his revenge possible. He will provide Jay-ick with the strength so he can punish those who caused him suffering in heaven. Upon heeding this, Jay-ick shouts no and releases his energy and tells Des that it's not necessary, as if it's about revenge, he can do it on his own. Due to Jay-ick's energy, Des gets pushed back, and from the energy he gets, that Jay-ick is the apex hybrid, and this is the reason he becomes desperate to keep Jay-ick. Hanma gets closer to Jay-ick and tells him that they should stay here together, as the bad guys like them who like to beat people have to stay here. Hanma also tells that this place feels more ease. Hearing this, Jay-ick knocks out Hanma and tells him that he is not Lyle him and he don't want to be here. Getting hit, Maybach flies away and hits a spike rock. On the other side, we can see Yoonji is laying and she still didn't regain her consciousness. She slowly gets her senses and sit up holding her head. She then looks around and gets that she is in a cave. As she looks around, she hears a voice which says that if she is a lost puppy, and she looks cute. Hearing this, Yoonji turns and sees a dark-skinned, handsome guy. Seeing the guy, Yoonji's heart starts to pound like crazy. The guy then gets down and says that he found something interesting. The guy approaches her and garbs her shoulders and says that her soul is so alluring that he wants to have her. Yoonji can't resist as she finds the man damn attractive. She starts to think about Jay-ick to divert her mind. The man then thought that he will take her soul and make it into a decoration in his room, then take a picture of it and upload it. Yoonji gets shocked as she can hear all the thoughts of the man. She starts to think that why this man is letting her hear all of his wicked thoughts. She then gets out of the man's garb. The man then tells her that he is Baal, the chief of hell. Baal is the biological father of Jay-ick. Baal then tells Yoonji that he is the great demon of hell, Baal. All of his thoughts will always come true. Wickedness is the source of his power. So it's not an emotion that he should be hiding. Yoonji again fall for his charm, and she gets into a situation that she didn't dislike it or neither like it. Baal then says that he is also able to hear her thoughts. Baal then grabs the girl's head tightly and he gets shocked. He asked her that who did she get here if she is still in her body. Yoonji replies that she didn't know how he end up here. Baal garbs her hand and tells her not to worry about this, as he will be taking her to Des. Yoonji asked that if by going to Des, she can get back. No, I will ask Des to kill you and separate your soul from your body. That way, I can take your soul more easily, Baal says. He uses his charm and smiles and says that, let's go quickly. We'll go and you'll die. Humans are bound to die someday. Anyway, I will ask him to make it painless. Desus is the best in this field, you know. Yunji falls in his charm and follows him obediently. On the other side, Des and Jay-ick is fighting. Des cut the skin of Jay-ick's neck with his scythe. Des tells Jay-ick to let him separate his body and soul first, then they will continue their interview. Jay-ick stops the bleeding with his hand and shouts that's evil and ambush out of nowhere. Des tells Jay-ick that he is right as he is quite evil. Saying this, Des rushed towards Jay-ick. He swing his scythe, but Jay-ick jumps to avoid it. As Jay-ick jumps, he feels that his body gets heavier than when he was in heaven. Jay-ick then garbs a spike and breaks it and gets down with it. Des looks at him and tells him not to worry as he will give him a painless death. Des then gathers his aura and swings his scythe. As he swings his scythe, a slash beam move towards Jay-ick. Jay-ick stops it with the rock spike. Due to the impact, Jay-ick gets pushed back, and he gets on the edge of the cliff and under there is lava. The lava gets on Jay-ick's t-shirt. Jay-ick feels that this flame is much hotter than the flame on the surface. Des tells Jay-ick not to worry as the hell flame will burn his body instantly. At that time, Baal and Yunji arrives at the scene. Baal points towards Des and tells Yunji that this guy is the one who will grant her painless death. As Baal looks at Jay-ick, he feels a strange feeling. Even though he has never seen Jay-ick before, but he can instinctively tell that Jay-ick is his precious flesh and blood. As Yunji can hear Baal's thought, she get that Baal is Jay-ick's father. Yunji then asks Baal that if he is Jay-ick's father, I guess I am. It's my first time seeing that kid, but to think that I'm seeing my flesh and blood grown up this well, and even engaging in such a battle, Baal says this to Yunji. Hearing this, Yunji tells that Jay-ick is just like him, and now she know the reason that why she liked Jay-ick so much. Baal then suggests Yunji that they should go and kill her first. Yunji asks that how he is going to do that as he just meet his son. If he's really my son, he will be fine. He should win, and I will take care of my own business, Baal replies. He then calls for Des and tells him to stop fighting for a bit and kill Yunji. I'm in the middle of a battle right now, so I can't respond to you. Please wait for a moment, Des says. Hearing this, Baal gets shocked as he didn't expect him to answer that way. Des continues his attacks, but Jay-ick blocks them with the spike rock. Jay-ick asks Des that why is he so desperate to kill him. Since your kind of strong talent is locked inside a weak human body, I don't want to kill you. I just want to liberate that power from your body. For your convenience, we will provide you with a more suitable body. We already prepared a vessel for you. Des tells this to Jay-ick. As he is saying this at that time, a demon comes there with a coffin. In the coffin, there is the corpse for Jay-ick to use as his new body. The demon to bring the coffin is Des's friend, and his name is Gomorrah. The demon then breaks the coffin, and the corpse of Solus Mercurochrome comes out of it. As Jay-ick sees the corpse, he feels that he has seen this somewhere before. Des then asked Jay-ick that what he thinks about this new body of his. He also tells Jay-ick to cooperate with them to take his soul out of that weak body and place it into this body with the best specs. Gomorrah tells Jay-ick that he polished and arranged it with utmost care. Seeing this, Yunji gets annoyed as she thinks that putting Jay-ick's soul into that monster's body is quite ugly. She then requests Baal to help his son. Baal replies that although Jay-ick is his son, it doesn't mean that he has to help him. That sentiment is something only for humans. Yunji then tells Baal that Jay-ick is her boyfriend and begs Baal to help him. Hearing this, Baal grabs her chicks and says that even if she is his son's girlfriend, that doesn't mean he can't steal him from him. And besides, Jay-ick is not even her real boyfriend. Jay-ick then tells Des that he don't want to cooperate with them as he likes the way he looks now. Des raises his scythe and says that if he uses a great body, he can become immortal, and how can he become a master with such a fragile human body? Saying this, Des launched his attack. Jay-ick jumps back to avoid it. Now Jay-ick gets angry and he looks deadly at Des. Des didn't give a F to that, and he rushed to attack Jay-ick. Jay-ick uses the spike rock and blocked the attack. The rock cannot handle the power of the scythe, so it breaks into pieces. Jay-ick gets furious and neon aura coves his body. Des again rushed to attack. He swing his scythe targeting Jay-ick's neck. In that milliseconds, Jay-ick sees Lucifer and he wonders that what Lucifer is doing here. Lucifer waves his hand, seeing Jay-ick. Upon seeing Lucifer, Jay-ick decides to perform Lucifer's ash technique. But he didn't know how to perform it as he has never done it before. But in this milliseconds, he replicates the technique perfectly. And as the scythe slashes him, he turns into ash. And after that, he again reassembles. Seeing this, Des gets shocked. But he didn't stop there. He attacked 2 more times, but he never succeeded to land a single attack. Seeing this, he gets scared, and his bones starts to sweat. Lucifer praises Jay-ick for copying his special technique. After that, he takes his leave. Jay-ick again looks at Lucifer and he gets confused that why Lucifer is here. Des sees this opportunity and comes to attack. At that time, Jay-ick thought of something and he decides that he shouldn't stay still. Now Jay-ick makes his move and rushed to punch Des. Jay-ick punch landed on the face of Des and cracks his face. Upon getting hit, Des flies away and hit a wall hard and breaks it. Baal sees this and gets happy and praises Jay-ick for copying the special skill of Lucifer. Baal cheers for him. Jay-ick hears it and he turns around and sees Yoonji. Baal also looks at Yoonji and says that who will kill her now as Des' bones are shattered. At that time, King of the Eternal Suffering Gomorrah uses his absolute restraint technique. He throws his chains at Jay-ick. Jay-ick's neck gets caught by the chain. He uses Lucifer's technique to separate his neck. Baal sees this and finds his technique amazing. While Jay-ick is separating his neck at that time, tiny chains come out of the ring and grabs Jay-ick's head and put it back to his body. Gomorrah then says that no one can escape from his restraint skill, not even an apex hybrid like Jay-ick. Now Gomorrah starts to pull the chain, and Jay-ick gets hurt on his neck. Gomorrah then tells Jay-ick that he will never be able to get away from its restraints. Not even Lucifer would be able to get away from this. As Gomorrah says this at that time, Han-Ma-Bak ambushed Gomorrah and punched him on the face. The punch didn't affect at all while rubbing his face. Gomorrah asked, "Who the hell is he? He don't even know he is here." Ma-Bak tells Gomorrah that he is with Jay-ick, pointing his figure at Jay-ick. Ma-Bak tells Gomorrah that, "What the hell is this? Not only did he ambush Jay-ick, he even trap him with that leash and bully him?" Ma-Bak also tells Gomorrah to fight Jay-ick directly like a real man. Ma-Bak then starts to walk towards Jay-ick, and he tells him that although they are enemies, but he didn't like this kind of dirty play, so he has come to save him. Saying this, Ma-Bak grabs the chain and tries to break them. But Ma-Bak's strength is not enough to budge to chains. He tries for a bit and gets tired. Jay-ick then says that he also tries to break them with his powers, but it didn't work. After that, Gomorrah seems angry, and he asks Jay-ick and Ma-Bak that why they think that he is a man. Upon hearing this, the both of them gets nervous. "If you're not a man, then what are you?" Jay-ick asked. "Don't misunderstand. We, as the kings of hell, are simply genderless." Gomorrah replies. Gomorrah then starts to explain that we are hermaphrodites, so they can breed with themselves. Upon hearing this, Jay-ick and Ma-Bak holds their ears with their hands and tells Gomorrah to stop. Gomorrah gets mad and says that how dare a lowly human like them cut him out while he is speaking. Gomorrah then attacks Ma-Bak and tosses him out like a mosquito. Ma-Bak hits a wall and he starts to bleed. The chains of Gomorrah wraps around him and holds him there. Gomorrah then looks at Jay-ick and says that now he welcomes Jay-ick for coming to the world of evil. Since he captured Jay-ick, he will be forever remembered as the one who caught the apex hybrid. Garoma then tells Jay-ick to stay still, as he will separate his soul from his body. Saying this, Garoma punched at Jay-ick's face, but this moves of his back fired as Jay-ick's face is much stronger than Garoma's hand. So as Garoma lands his punch, his hand gets completely shattered. M.A. back. Then tells Garoma to use his left hand to punch Jay-ick and finish him off with his strongest blow. Jay-ick then asked M.A. back that whose side is he? Garoma takes M.A. back's advice, and he looks at his left hand. He then starts to gather his energy and concentrate all off it in his left hand and launches his strongest fatal blow. As Garoma's attack landed, a big explosion occurs like when a nucleus clashes with a high-pressure energy. Due to the explosion, Garoma ceased to exist. The explosion all bring changes to the infrastructure of hell. The ceiling starts to fall. M.A. back also gets free from the chains, and he starts to fall towards the lava. The spike rocks are about to hit Baal and Yunji. Seeing this, Baal pushed Yunji to a kava so that she can be saved there. Emma back also somehow lands safely and takes shelter in a cave. As Jay-ick is standing still, the spikes breaks and fall on him. After a while, Baal and others get submerged under the rocks. Baal gets out frisked by using his powers. He then walks on the lava and goes towards Jay-ick and uses his powers to pull out Jay-ick from under the rubble. As Jay-ick is out, Baal tells Jay-ick that he is underestimating his strength. Upon hearing this, Jay-ick holds the leash on his neck and breaks it into pieces. He then asks Baal that if he is his biological father. "That's disappointing. You only realize now." "I know the moment I saw you," Baal says. Jay-ick then says that he don't have any memories of his birth, and while growing up, Baal were never a part of his life, so practically they are strangers. Baal then says that they may be related by blood, but from the moment they begin to exist as individuals, they are just completely different selves. Jay-ick also says that in his eyes, Baal is just one of the demons from hell. He has no feelings or whatsoever towards him. Saying this, Jay-ick starts to walk away. As Jay-ick is leaving, Baal says that he thought they will meet someday, but he didn't expect that the chance would come so soon. Baal tells Jay-ick that he is different from the apex hybrid that he imagined, but seeing him who's still developing feels nice too. Everything they said about the true evil or self-freedom, it was only to pressure you to join their side, so don't listen to them. I wish you get the freedom worthy of an apex hybrid and live a good life. Being the son of the great demon Baal shouldn't affect your life. However, as your father, shouldn't I give you, my son, a chance to grant you a wish at least once? Upon hearing this, Jay-ick tells Baal that he thought that he would to be a cold-blooded demon, but this is unexpected. Don't you find it interesting? I just want to try playing as a father at least once, Baal says. Jay-ick then asks that if anything is possible, Baal gets excited and says that if it is still within his capabilities, he will do anything within the authority of the great demon. Jay-ick then looks at Baal and is about to tell his wish.